Alright. I'll make sure this is live yet again. Hopefully this time it's actually live, because a whole minute and it didn't show up last time, apparently. Alright, this time it does look to be live, though. Okay, since I'm saying October 6th and it's saying live on top. Live now. On desktop version YouTube Studio on my phone here, but yes. Hello. Is the Sinister Game being here with a new stream? In this stream, I'm going to be going over the event week for this week from very early Thursday, whatever, like per usual, in Grand Theft Auto Online. And if I actually get through all this one, like intended, then should be a Monday stream then. Or whatever then. Maybe we'll start trying to get these going quicker, whatever. Whatever. So like Tuesday and like Wednesday, like lately. Albeit last time was because of the 12-year anniversary. It was for why I did a Wednesday stream last time. So there was a reason for that one. And one a couple weeks back or something. But yeah, still. Whatever though. Whatever though. Yeah, going into the title of the stream. It might change depending on if it's even available right now, but I titled it so far, at least off of where it says with a new slasher mode for the slasher Romius submarine or whatever, apparently. Now again, that might change if it's actually not in the game this week. I don't know if they're just like saying what's available for like the whole month effectively, like what will be, but obviously this 1 week here is going to be just for one event week. So there's kind of new content at like the most or whatever, or at least, I mean, I think even, and at most there might be a whole new like adversary mode. Again, that's technically a maybe. I was only on the game maybe like very early, like Thursday or something, like right when the event changed or something, maybe if I'm remembering right. So like, I don't know if all the content would have loaded in, of course, for me to 100% know. But obviously, if it's not, I'll just have to think of like another title. Obviously, whether I do the week 16 editions for it still or not, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But there's probably some new clothing items. Maybe I'll still be able to go with week 16 editions in. Yeah, kind of into new title here into time. Halloween Hunt, Los Santos. Los Santos, yes. Halloween descends on Severn St. Andreas with a new slasher mode. Rewards, discounts, and more. Okay. God damn it. Fuck ass, bro. Come on. Yeah, rewards, of course, will include things like clothing items and like all that kind of stuff. Of course, there's Halloween themed like vehicle discounts and stuff they can do. Kind of your usual stuff for the most part, with a new slasher mode. That's either out right now or will be out in like a couple weeks. It seems like no later than a couple weeks. It seems. And again, if it's not there, I'll have to change the title accordingly, I suppose. But yeah. Not necessarily too much to say on this all just yet. Maybe until I get more into the game, though. Bonus gift here, Vonwood Undead Collection. Complete the first 3 weeks of weekly challenges for the month. Apparently will get you that Vonwood Undead Collection. Shows like a skull livery, like Avenger, it looks like. Okay, if I get off of that, I should be able to maybe see the one easier. Onward Zombie t-shirt might have already been in the game, actually, and like just be coming back as like a rare clothing item. There's a very iconic Manhunt Please Stop Me mask or whatever. I know they initially gave it, I think, in 2014, I think. Back on like the 7th gen version of the game where you had to like do like a playlist or something. I forget what it was back then. I think I really liked it back then. I actually went for it back in the day. I think it was one of the like first huge clothing item things they ever did, I think, back in the game. But that's coming back. Possibly for the first time since that. I might be wrong. But yeah, it's a very iconic clothing item, that mask over there, the Please Stop Me mask, whatever, from Manhunt. Very cool Rockstar title. If you have not played it, I highly recommend playing it. Definitely a very good one to play for the month of October. And it looks like some clown mask. Now, these might not actually be the particular items for the Vonwood Undead collection. But maybe I will go over that right now, though. Regardless, though, since that will be on the news wire, might not be as easy covered compared to right now on the main menu. Okay, it says, let me read the newswire paragraph because, like, yeah, there's some different clothing items that aren't necessarily tied directly through the weekly challenges. That might be what they're talking about with this image after all here. Apparently. So, starting October 2nd, complete the first. Oh my god, my DualSense wireless controller battery level running low already. Of course. Alright, there's all kinds of stuff if you make me uncomfortable, you fuck ass body, for all these months and years and shit lately anymore, but still, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, anyways, for the paragraph though, starting October 2nd, complete the first 3 weeks of weekly challenges this month to receive the Vonwood Undead collection in time for Halloween. A bundle of rewards consisting of the new Slasher Clown outfit. Okay, that's what that last one was. I didn't really know how to describe. Okay, I was really sure what that one actually was in particular, so yeah, that's why I haven't mentioned that yet. So that was the one on the bottom right there, yes. For the new Slasher Clown outfit. 4-4, yes, that new Slasher Clown outfit. The rare Please Stop Me mask. Again, I talked a lot about that one. It's from the iconic Manhunt game that Rockstar made, I believe, back in the early 2000s, of course. So pretty cool there. That again, I think they initially gave out in like 2014 or something back with like the 7th gen version of the game. You had to put like a playlist of jobs or something back then, I think, if I remember right. So I believe I already have that one I can show off on my character or something if I wanted to. But yeah, the Vonwood Zombie T doesn't say the rare next to that one, but I feel like that one's been in the game before though, 100% though. And then yeah, the Avenger livery, of course, for the skull livery one there. So maybe only the like clown outfit's a new one, even all the other ones might have been in the game before, so you might already have like most of those. So the main one to chase after would like be the Slasher Clown outfit. Yes, yeah, fuck ass Frodo, yes. The new Slasher Clown outfit for sure seems to be the main one to chase for though. Don't know. For one that's new for every player. So that's how you get that. Indeed, though. So that's what that all is. Okay. There's kind of a lot in that paragraph section stuff, or whatever, in the news wires. I wasn't really sure if that was the image to go with that, but apparently it is. So cool, cool. All right, and then GTA Plus benefits apparently. It is the last week for the current benefits, yeah, because the event does end pretty much on the 8th, like early 9th or whatever, which is when the Hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry about that fucking shit. Fucking again, like I kind of mentioned, my controller was on the verge of dying, and it did. Controller only holds 1 hour of fucking charge anymore. Fucking unfortunately, or some bullshit on average. It seems. I mean, possibly less. Fucking so sadly that happens like every time anymore. But yeah. Yeah, for the plus benefits, again, as I was saying before, the controller rudely cut me out there and stuff. Yeah, last week for those current plus benefits to get the free Canis Terminus Patrol. Again, I think it's only a Monitech police vehicle, so it's a very good vehicle to get for free, absolutely. For that, like, armor plating, like missile lock on jammer and stuff. 100% a good vehicle. Of course, I'd have a look at the other benefits, of course, if it's worth $8 for anybody watching's personal opinion. Though, albeit, this game is pretty easy to grind and stuff if you know what you're doing, so on average, not really. But undeniably, it is a good vehicle. And yeah, next week, of course, next event will have the new plus benefits for the next month. And who knows, maybe they add like Manhunt or something for the plus subscription. That would be cool, but yeah, I would not count on that per se. They could do it though, since PlayStation and Xbox technically have Manhunt, technically speaking, but yes, yes, yes. uh, but technically speaking, I think they could surely do it, I would imagine. Pretty sure Xbox has like the Scholarship Edition, so I'm pretty sure they can touch backwards compatible games, I'm pretty sure, for the Xbox N. So it would be cool if they had like a game release for the subscription. I think it's been over a year at this point since Scholarship Edition, which was, I think, the last new game they technically added in a way that wasn't just like another version of like Trilogy Definitive Edition for mobile or something. That's an idea, hopefully. Hell, if not that, I'd take like Red Dead Revolver, which tends to have the Red Dead series tends to have like October releases. I take Red Dead Revolver or Manhunt, quite frankly. Especially Manhunt for Halloween theming would be cool, I feel. Though the rumor mill has it that they will have like a PS5 version of like Red Dead Redemption 2 and stuff, like next gen versions. Oh, I mean, other people do call it next gen versions. I really don't, because obviously it's the current gen platforms. But yeah, the like newer current gen versions of Red Dead Redemption 2 is a kind of a rumor going around though for like a while now, I think. Still have to wait to see if any of that ends up coming true this year or anything, but still. But I think we're kind of due for another game for the Plus subscription, I feel, honestly, though. Like an actual, like, new one. Not that I pay for Plus, of course, I just play them, like, through my own means, of course. Not actually through Plus, ever, but, yeah. Not gonna lie, it does influence what I kind of do play for the channel, though. Because I always have kind of want to touch over Rockstar games, and I don't necessarily feel like there's much of a reason to do it besides for a tie-in, some kind of thing like that. Okay, I don't know, I'm going crazy here. Just kind of got really into that conversation, I guess, there, but yeah. Alright, reports of UFO sightings, star transformations, yes, and many more tricks and treats, okay. Now, I assume they're not all active in the game, like the UFO thing will probably happen later, of course, but yeah. And yeah, I think a lot of that stuff is already on the main menu, of course, for that first paragraph. However, for an added treat, all weekly challenges for the month do also reward double the usual GTA money and include collectible Halloween masks. So instead of the 100k, you'll get 200k for weekly challenges for like a good month, it seems here. That sounds pretty good, and maybe even a little over a month, arguably, as well, if you consider like the start of the event here being October 2nd, and I think it goes to like November 5th, even if I remember right, which is pretty insane. So it is a little nice thing of money you can get. Okay, but yeah, the Cowpree Ghost Survival apparently does, yes, return. I think it was only available for like the 2 weeks or something. They were like having it for like 4 times for the subscription or something. And yeah, even before it came out, they hinted it was coming out at that set time, obviously, in the subscription, like Newswire and stuff. After like a couple weeks, like 2 weeks, I think they vaulted it though. But at least for this one event, it looks like it is back for 2 times money in RP. Is it 4 times though for plus again or something? I'm not actually that sure for some reason. Check the newswire, maybe see if they mention that or not anywhere. Doesn't really say if it's 4 times or plus this time, so I just assume it's going to be 2 times for every player. So it's not the milk. It is, yes, not the most lucrative it has ever been, of course, not being on 4 times. Seemingly, I think for like 10 waves or something I actually did off stream, I managed to maybe do like one endless wave as well with a like couple randoms or something. Yeah, me a couple randoms, like did a 10 wave, and I think we even passed the endless wave before done like wave 12 or something. I think it was maybe like 80k, 90k or something like that. I want to say on 2 times, I think. So not the craziest for money making, especially with how much effort it requires, but keep in mind you don't actually like lose your ammo from survivals anymore, I believe. They actually give you your ammo back that you use into survivals, so you can actually use it for pure profit now, which for the longest time you had to pretty much use any ammo you earned from survivals on that ammo if you want any of it like back, so survivals have been kind of nicer more recently than not for money making than they've ever been in the past. As of the latest update, they might have literally just made that change in money fronts as well. So like, it is a mode of fun, absolutely. So obviously you're doing it more for fun rather than making money, but the money can be nice to get up to 10 ways, like endless ways, for sure. It can be some pretty good money if you do good at it. I know it's kind of it, okay, apparently. So we're just kind of day one money from DLC once it gets to now available, basically showing like the main image for the DLC essentially. Alright, anything else I kind of want to bring up that kind of makes sense now? I might go into more detail here, actually, go over what the free weekly challenges are that you have to do, since obviously some will not appear during this particular event, so I'll only be able to show off one during this event. But in case people want to know what all three of them are right now, if for some reason you're not checking the news wire and check this video out for some reason. Or, I say video, but I mean stream. Stream. A hater might I should call it. Like, my streams videos though, I think, which is kind of funny though. But, yeah, that might be why I accidentally called the stream a video here for a second, but yeah. Fucking. Anyways, so I'm only going over the first three. I'm not going to go over like all five. The newswire does include 4 and 5, I think, as well, but yeah. They do note with the parentheses, it's only the first three of them. So October 2nd to October 8th for this current event, you have to survive 2 waves in a survival without dying. Easy. That should be pretty easy. You can definitely do the Cayo Perico like zombie survival. That's pretty easy for not dying on 2 waves. I don't know. It actually did take a little bit for me, like initially first figuring out the mode with the different zombie types. But again, it's pretty easy if you are used enough how to play the mode, of course. 100% is the easy way to go about it. If not, something like the nuclear silo survival could probably count. It doesn't say it does not say it has to be a particular survival, so I assume it could be any of the available survivals currently if you're surviving 2 ways. And it's not like they released a new survival just this event. That would make sense to be on just one particular survival. So I'm definitely sure, or I would imagine you could do any. So Cayo Perico Nuclear Silo, whatever might be the ones I'd probably recommend. We asked for $200,000 in the brown vintage zombie mask. And again, required to unlock the Vinewood Undead collection. Again, that one, yes. Required to unlock the Vinewood Undead collection. October 9th to October 15th, apparently you have to complete 3 taxi fares, and that gets you $200,000 in the Weathered Vintage Mummy Mask. Again, that is the Weathered Vintage Mummy Mask. Again, required to unlock the Vinewood Undead collection. And then last but not least, for the 3 of them that's required for this collection here, October 16th to October 22nd, you have to win 1 adversary mode to earn $200,000 in the brown vintage werewolf mask. Again, that one also required to unlock the Vinewood Undead collection. There are ones for the last 2. There are 2 other weekly challenges they reveal already, but yeah, I'll just save that for later since they're not required. I'll save it for later in this stream, or I'll just wait till those dedicated streams, obviously. One of the two. Or even both, possibly, even. Yeah, kind of in more in the proper, like, ending one, really, or whatnot. No. Proud non-member, always have been, always will be, I feel. I'm not very beyond the games. It might not be popping up with like whatever mask, but I'll make it more clear later. Something perhaps. Yeah, I'm starting hands on car wash obviously because of the what's it called? Oh yeah, that Hayden's Hell Tours, of course. Alright, so technically speaking, I should still have my Tampa GT out, so that's what I will have out, I guess. Albeit I'm not using it for the HSW time trials anymore. I ended with the last one, which, yeah, I know was the first HSW time trial, but that was 8 weeks of using the vehicle in particular, since there was one Christmas time, I think, where they pushed the hardest time trial just to have it during the snow or something for like a challenge or whatever. Alright, I got states to pick up, I guess, stream to stream. Fun. So again, technically, I think, since I would have been pretty much around the HSW time trial, I suppose like Tampa GTL.
I'll bring it to you.
Last stream, however, I did have to modify my police bike that I meant to customize in the previous stream, I think, though. But again, technically speaking, the last vehicle I should have been using was a Tampa GT in the last stream. So there, I'll have that out one more time before I probably just stop using it. And move it on to whatever other one. Which I actually haven't necessarily decided yet still, but again, there's not necessarily too many options to pick from. I feel over just any time trials I've not yet used on my live streams before. And actually, I don't even need to do that anymore because I'm using my Pegasus one. So I have actually used like all my like Pegasus helicopters already, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I'm on Pegasus one actually. So I can actually keep that out still. So never mind. I've done the Frogger and the Maverick, I believe, or Pegasus. Technically, I have a cargo bob for personal, but why not just do it again, I guess. But as Pegasus is done, have a more standard looking one. Okay, it's the military one, okay, not the jet sim. I also have a jet sim on it too, there was the jet sim. But yeah, I'm basically using a lesser cargo bob because I'm not having a custom paint job, and that's pretty much about it. It's pretty much the same size for that, I think. So I talked kind of about the cargo bob before, so moving on. I could quite literally pick up my Tampa GT if I wanted to. I don't think I'm gonna do that, honestly. I don't really care. Completely honest. Let's do that. Let's do that. Alright, but yeah. Got anywhere else to go before this? Unless I want to pick up any safes, possibly, but... You know, I maybe should do that now, actually, to be honest. Arcade at least seems to be full. My garment factory one seems to be full, for sure. I assume those are, I don't know, I have to assume agency as well. It's built up to 20k with 220 security contracts. I'll check on that, basically. Alright, yeah, this one's full, okay. But yeah, sadly I haven't really got to playing this, sadly, like, before the stream much. I wanted to maybe start doing, of course, after the 12-year anniversary of the game, since it might, of course, be the final anniversary according to the date they had on trailer 2, assuming that doesn't get pushed back any further or anything, of course. Yeah. $250,000, $15,956,214.
Good, boss.
Ground. Oh, it's a tourist board, at least for this particular day, Monday, whatever here is deer, mountain lion, and hen. Deer. Deer's pretty much fine, like Joey Mountain State Wilderness, all kinds of like mountain, like hilly areas, maybe like Final Hills and stuff. Pretty obvious. Mountain lion, again, mountain name. Pretty much fine, since it's the same areas that we were just mentioned for deers. And then hen would probably be like the farm, like grapeseed, probably for that one. Alright, cool. $100,000 here, apparently. I mean, obviously I need that, but yeah. Obviously, getting that took me into 60 million, apparently, here. I think I had 60 million, but yeah, obviously I bought the police bite, so obviously that got to be a reason that would have happened. Yeah, I wasn't actually paying much attention to that. It just popped up, I was like, nope, I'm getting rid of it. I like phone fatigue or some bullshit, like message fatigue, where I just wanna like be done with it, I guess, after fucking. God, my real iPhone gets all kinds of random ass my real iPhone gets all kinds of fucking random ass political bullshit I never even signed up for, but randomly, like ever since the last election, I feel in particular, but whatever, whatever. And every damn day, it's some crying about like Trump or some shit, like y'all side and fucking shit, and even shittier. But okay. Alright, but yeah, $60 million. Like seriously, dude, I don't even register for the Democrat Party. That's all this bullshit I get when it comes to political text messages too. Like how the fuck? Call me like a Lawrence, all kind of fucking bullshit. I don't know like how the fuck you got that shit, but whatever though. Should be fucking legal, but whatever. Whatever. At $60,136,214 of that. Another 100K, of course. Alright, 20K already from that agency. Probably getting here quicker than I did before that. Yeah, salvage yard and like the nightclub owner don't really those are really done, so down here. Where's the safe pickups? So now to go run this scheduled program or whatever stuff I'm supposed to be doing now. Obviously, I want to keep this fucking rolling, of course, while I'm streaming here. Yeah, what am I doing? That's the wrong menu. Going too far in the menus and stuff, I guess. But anyways, regular time trial for at least a day Monday. I'll explain, of course, like usual. Weird, okay. It's quite literally called Step City, apparently. Going from Sap City to Bunwood Hills, according to the description. Has a 2-minute exact depart time, it looks like. The Sap City, Bunwood Hills. Like initially, it might be fine for top speed initially on like that kind of road, but obviously Bunwood Hills is like some of the probably most lap-time heavy sections of the game, I would have to imagine, so yeah, you're probably going to want lap time on that one, I would have to imagine, most likely. Most likely. And yeah, I said at least for the day of Monday, since Yeah, San Andreas Mercenaries, as far as I'm aware, was like the last DLC that pretty much changed much of anything for the regular time trials, and like any such time trial really. I think in particular for regular time trials, they did change daily initiative of San Andreas Mercenaries, but suddenly I think Rockstar got tired of changing it, or whatever reason they had for changing it. But as far as I'm aware, it stays the same regular time trial for the week, but you do get a daily payout, I assume, with 50k still, like you do for like not junk energy per se, that, but yeah, I meant to say RCB and Nito and junk energy in terms of release order, of course, I mean. God, this fucking ass throat, man. Stop. So I should fucking like, say things the way I mean to say, god damn it. God damn it. Yeah. Yes, it is. But yeah, regular time trials, I think you probably pay like 50k unless they changed it when they stopped like changing daily for some reason. But yeah, I assume it's just the same one for the week and like 50k payout each day or something. And since they kind of changed it a little after San Andreas Mercenaries came out, but probably before the next update came out after that. Okay, I think that would have been Chop Shop, so I think what would have happened between those two updates where it kind of changed a little bit there. So you probably just do it once a day for 50k, basically. It's basically, I assume it just doesn't change daily like our Spin Data Junk Energy, but it works similar to those, I believe. And yeah, for those, I pretty much recommend use motorcycles, not motorcycles, and supercars and sports cars. Pretty much are probably the best class. So, as I will, as yes, I will explain when I get to HSW time trials, probably, or for the one that really is really. Okay, then onto the RC Bandito time trial. Looks to be Quarry, Davis Quartz. I mean, I was kind of done assuming the name of it. But, yeah. A 1 minute 32-second part time for that. As the name does suggest, you are limited to only one single vehicle option of the RC Bandito that reappears from the 3D universe of GTA games. Absolutely cool vehicle. But yeah. So for these, it's more based on like how you take the turns and corners, basically. Which you can learn them naturally, just responding, of course, with triangle on Xbox, or key on PC, holding that, of course. And if not doing something like that, of course, if for some reason you're not focused on doing something like that, then I'll probably look up some kind of like a video guide out there or something. However, though, even with a video guide, you might find yourself having to respawn and stuff anyways, so I just usually would recommend learning some corners naturally yourself, or like the respawn mechanic on average, most likely. Now, Davis Quartz in particular, I do find as a strategy near the end of the run, doing maybe like a jump boost, I think around here, might let you land easier, kind of over here. It's kind of like the one application I find the jump boost actually useful in for our Speed time trials, at least for the initial 10 anyways. I'll be honest, I've never played all 5 maps of the ones that came out like with San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. That one actually had 5 new maps, I think, for the RCB time trial. However, I think I've only done like one of those before, so I don't know 100%. I can include all 15 of them, but at least for the initial 10, the only actual good use of jump boost on the RC Bandito I found was like pretty much near the end of like the Davis Quartz RC Bandito time trial. RC Bandito Don't just yes, come on. Yes. Obviously, the Davis courts are steeping near time trials, where I find the jump boost to be the most practical, if anything. If there's any use for the jump boost really on these RSP. If there is, yes, any use for the jump boost, of course, for those RSP, indeed of time trials. Like, Jesus, bro, like, come on. Shouldn't have been that hard to go over that. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it to talk about on that. So, now on to the HSW time trials. Or really, the HSW time trial, obviously, the singular form, of course. I mean. Is Del Perro Beach. So I'll be checking, of course, I'll be checking on Google and stuff. Like, how many weeks has it been since March 15th? Bro, come on. I will, yes, though, be talking about. How many weeks has it been since, like, March 15th, 2022, or whatever I searched to know, like, when to do a HSW vehicle? I go off of 8 weeks since there's 8 time trials. I more so, yes, do go off of, like, 8 weeks, obviously, over the particular time trials, since, like I mentioned, they have pushed one board like a single time before, I believe, so it is kind of out of the order, of course. Alright, but yeah, it has been 185 weeks and 6 days. But yeah, the event starts on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, obviously. So I would obviously at the start of the event, counting for that, be within the 185 weeks finally. My notepad suggests I should have been done with the Tampa GT on week 184, which was the last event, obviously, so that should be the case. So I do gotta decide on a new vehicle. Okay, so technically I've been through 23 vehicles, technically, but since the Fireball ASP was bugged in the initial Agent Sabotage update where it didn't, like, actually get rid of the time trial and it didn't have a part-time at all, I technically got to do kinda 24, so there's kinda 3 vehicles, kinda 4 I could even do as well, still. So I just did the muscle cars. I should maybe not do muscle car, but kind of hard since literally half of them I think are muscle cars 100%. Kind of 3 of them even in a way, but that's because the Fireball ASP, if I want to do proper runs with the Fireball ASP, is, yes, classified as an off-road vehicle, but people do consider it to be a muscle car in a way, kind of. This is kind of like a truck kind of thing, like the Yosemite, as far as I understand, for why people consider the Fireball ASP kind of to be a muscle car, even though they classify it as off-road. But I do have a sports car still, technically, if I take off Silk Mines, I think, with the Itali GTO Stinger TT. I have the Bravado Buffalo EVX again, assuming taking off the Silk Mines if possible, of course, allows me to use it. Since I assume those two are like the weaponized Ignis, where if you have the mine type on it, I assume it counts as like having a weaponized vehicle, like the weaponized Ignis. So if you take those off, I assume I should be able to use it. Those particular two for the time trials. So in a sense, there's kind of only one vehicle to where So yes, in a sense, there's kind of only one vehicle that's not because of some particular reason I haven't used it yet. Again, Fireball ASP was because it was glitched in Agent Sabotage, so technically I couldn't do proper runs with it back then, and this update they finally, Moneyfront's update, they finally fixed the hard time issue with the Fireball ASP. So I could use that if I want to do proper runs with it, finally, since it is fixed now. There's the two with the silic mines on them, which, assuming I can take them off, they should hopefully be usable in the time trials. Might be options for those two. For again, Tower J2 Super GT and the Bravado Buffalo EVX. And the only one that's kind of generic that I haven't used it, I believe, would be the Vigero ZX convertible. And even that has a reason, isn't And even the Vigero ZX convertible, I actually haven't used it for a reason as well, and that's obviously because I used the regular Vigero ZX, which is obviously yes, that's because I used the roofed Vigero ZX from Criminal Enterprise DLC, Criminal Enterprises DLC, which was the initial Vigero ZX, and apparently the Rift was one is basically the same thing, so yeah, I kind of am out of unique options to use now, I believe. I am kind of out of unique options to use that I haven't like yet used for like some kind of particular reason or something. So God, what do I even fucking choose, to be honest? So God, what do I even fucking choose, to be fucking honest? Honestly, I think I'm just going to go Vigero ZX convertible, I think, to be honest, since that's the easiest one to do still, and I have no particular reason I've held off on it yet, kind of, in a way that's, like, gameplay related in particular, whatever. In a sense, that's, yeah, in particular gameplay related, for some reason I'm not using it. So yeah, I'll do Vigero ZX convertible, I guess. Yes, I know it's another muscle car in a row, but so be it. Yes, I know it's another muscle car in a row, but so be it, honestly. So be it, honestly. And it can actually take me all the way to week 192, so once it's week 193, which may or may not happen this update, depending on when they do a December update. Then, yeah, may or may not have a new one after that. Or might even have to do like an older vehicle or something. Alright, but yeah, I'm officially doing the Vigero ZX convertible, looks like, since I officially put on my notes now. So that's what I'll use particularly myself. That was like the one I could use about the least complications, I would say, arguably, with like conflicting with anything else I've already done. Or needing to replace like slip lines, like not having them at all or something, which I kind of don't want to do per se. God damn it, you fucking hurting me, bro. Come on. Trying to be a dick again or something? Fuck. But anyways, it's technically the second HSW time trial, but again, going off of 8 weeks, it's the first one for my Vigorous X convertible I will be using. And that is HSW Del Perro Beach. As you may notice, there's no power time on the screen. That's because I'm actually not an HSW vehicle. But yeah, part times, there might be like at least 3 different part times, as I'm going to explain here, and that's because there's kind of a Class C, Class B, Class A kind of thing or something. Class C is ironically 2 classes starting with C, being like compacts, coupes, with the one single compact HSW vehicle to Prius RA, HSW, and then there's 2 coupe HSWs of the Uber Sentinel like XS HSW, as well as the Euros X32, HSW, accordance. And then from there, every other vehicle class, like subclass, HSW subclass. Yeah, subclasses within subclasses or whatever. Class B, Class A have like 10 plus vehicles, so from there I'm just going to say vehicle classes. Start within them. So Class B apparently has muscle car, SUV, sports classics, and apparently off-road. I think that was out like a year later. Centuries Mercenaries DLC for a class support, like HSW class, I think. I believe off-road is definitely Class B, I believe, as well. And then you have your Class A, which is your sports supers motorcycles, which is basically what's mentioned would be the best class to focus on for your regular time trials. Podcasts are in Yes, though. As I was saying before, my hernia were doing interrupted though. Class A is basically the classes I was mentioning would be best for your regular time trials, which is sports, supers, motorcycles, essentially. So those are basically your different classes, of course, for HSW time trials, as long as there are HSW enabled options for those main classes, for the HSW subclass, whatever. There's 27, I believe, in the whole game, I believe, between those different classes. Kind of on my 24th, 25th vehicle of the game, personally, for these time trials, ironically, or something. So getting close, obviously, to where there's not about to be much of another vehicle to use in a way, but still. And then for 2 latest options, by the way, for those interested in the newest ones, and you're not, for some reason, used to the performance on them, HSW Woodlander, I think it's like the third place in lap time for SUV class for the HSW options, and I think it's even dethroned by the Castigator, which is even a non-HSW option, so it's not great there per se. Albeit not the worst lap time for any HSW vehicle, obviously. Like the last vehicle I was using, the Team GT, for example. And then, yeah, top speed on that one, I think it was like second place for SUV class for the Woodlander for one of the two newest ones, of course. Which I think is only behind like the SU Rally for there, but yeah. Wasn't really revolutionary for the SUV class for that new SUV Woodlander HSW. And then yeah, the Tampa GT that I previously used in the last stream, which is the worst lap time I think of all 27 HSW vehicles, ironically though, for the one of the latest couple to be released, which does make it the worst muscle car, like the 5 muscle cars that had HSW upgrade, I think. 5, 6, whatever amount that have HSW upgrade in the muscle car class. And then I think overall it had the best top speed overall, just being behind the just being behind, yes, the HSW Banshee GTS as well as the HSW Italia GTO Stinger TT, whatever. So I think those are the only 2 HSW vehicles past Tampa GT for top speed. So yeah, third best overall, I think, for top speed. And then obviously for muscle car class, since only 2 sports cars are ahead of it, it is number 1 for the class for top speed for HSW and non-HSW as well, of course. Like in general for the muscle car class, the Tampa GT is the best top speed for that class. So that's how good the Tampa GT kind of is in a way for HSW Don Charles. It was kind of a pretty fun one. It was, yes, kind of a pretty fun one to use. I didn't get to do a proper run on the last one, but I did a mock-up run, and it went pretty much as expected, I think, pretty much. And I think the mock-up was a pretty close run, because I only had one mistake much at all, I would say, on it as well. And I ironically even forgot to put the purple GPS route, but I still did it, as it seemed like I should, to make up for the one from like 2 weeks ago that I lacked time for, unfortunately, on the Tampa GT, as well as the last proper Tampa GT of the HSW Don Charles, basically. But yeah, there might be like a part-time per like subclass within subclass or whatever for like the Class C, Class B, Class A. Or each individual vehicle has like its own part-time or something for the 27 there is, or whatever. Yes, there's weaponized Ignis, but you could briefly use it before Criminal Enterprise DLC came out, so technically I guess there's maybe at possible most like 27 part-time, so. Or something like that anyways. Alright, I think I'm done talking about that though, I think. Alright, so then on to the premium race for the event. Whatever, let's sweep for supercar class. So for the HSW supercars, there's 4 of those, so you should probably just stick to those 4, of course, for the most part, if you're on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC enhanced platforms. And basically your number 1 lap time, or basically going from oldest to newest, I think, for the HSW options, kind of a general. You have the HSW weaponized Ignis, which is the weaponized one, while you cannot use it in the time trials, I believe. You can, however, use it in races. So yeah, you can use the weaponized Ignis in races, just not time trials from my understanding nowadays. And it is number 1 in its class for lap time, basically. And then it is like the 3rd worst option, I believe, for the top speed, I believe. So it might be like first place overall as well as third place overall for the supercar class of like the 64 vehicles in that class, I believe. So it's a very good option, absolutely. Might even be the best option for most of these HSW. Might even be the best option for pretty much any supercar race for the most part, unless like a pure top speed focused one for some reason, which is pretty niche, but it can happen technically, I believe. And then after that, you have the Cyclone 2 HSW, which is kind of an electric one, so it does have a huge focus on acceleration, which is getting the 0 to 60 pretty quick. But at the same time, it does neuter top speed to the point where it's like number 4 on the worst HSW top speed for the supercar class, at least. So it is pretty good on the lap time. I think it's literally number 2 lap time. Literally just behind the weaponized Ignis for the supercar HSW vehicles and probably in general. Again, top speed I think is number 4. I think it ironically does have a better top speed in all non-HSW vehicles. Probably because like electric gets like a mode upgrade or something, I think, for like HSW, which gives it kind of an extra performance upgrade, I believe. Compared to your usual electric vehicles, I think. So overall in the class as a whole, it might be like second place, lap time, fourth place, top speed. And then, yeah, acceleration, it has acceleration, of course, being electric, which gets you 0 to 60 pretty instantly if you get stopped for some reason. So if you crash out or something, it is a good one, I guess, for getting up to 0 to 60 pretty quick, but like, quite frankly, you probably shouldn't be crashing on these races in the first place, so honestly, I probably would just go something like Weaponized Ignis instead over the second 2 if you want lap time, of course. And then for the third HSW option, if you are on those certain platforms that have the better vehicles in game or whatever. It didn't come out exactly when 9gen first came out, but I think it came out a little after in the tribute of the initial 9gen release. You had the HSW Devastate 8, basically, that came out, which is a more top speed oriented supercar over a lap time. But yeah, it is the third best lap time for HSW in particular. I think there's some non-HSWs that also do a better. I think yes, there is some non-HSWs that actually do have a better lap time. Maybe a couple of them over the Devastate, even for HSW, even. And then yeah, it's like the third best top speed, or no. Third best top speed again was like Weaponized Ignis. I mean, however, it is the second best top speed for the class, being only behind the one I'm about to mention, which is the NTMT HSW. It's the worst lap time of the 4 when it comes to the HSW options, and quite literally there's a bunch of non-HSWs even above it. Like, it's literally in like the 20s for lap time overall for supercar class, which is pretty garbage for NTMT. However, though, it is the best one on a straight. However, it is the best one on a straight, though, when it comes to the top speed being the number 1 option for the supercar class for the NTMT. From the Los Santos, the Los Santos Drug Wars DLC. So if it is one of those very niche, so if it is, yes, those very niche, like pure straight courses for like a highway course or something, you would probably even want the NTMT for that one case over something like a Weaponized Ignis, of course. And then if you're not on PlayStation 5, it's Xbox Series X/SPC, and so if you're on legacy platforms, it's PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC Legacy. I believe your number one is going to be the Trojan Emirates, I'm pretty sure. For basically your A tier options, I think it goes to Trojan Emirates. Then it goes to Gradi Turismo Maggio, whatever. And then after that would be the Benefactor Krieger. Sorry, I kind of got tongue twisted there for a moment, but yeah. Again, it's Proton Emirates, the Gradi Turismo Maggio, and the Benefactor Krieger was the third one. Yeah, for basically your A tier, I'm pretty sure, for supercar class. I'll check for F132's vehicle spreadsheet to be absolutely sure on that, though. But yes. And yeah, sorry, I'm going to use my dedicated Google Sheets, I think, app on my phone to use the spreadsheet now, so going back and forth, I think, between instead, yes, if I can go back and forth between checking out my stream and then doing that, so I can just check my stream at all times in case there be a streaming issue or something. So yeah, the A tier. Yeah, again, A tier is basically your best tier on the legacy platforms. It is, in fact, Progen Immerse, Gradius, Maggio, and then Krieger. I know it says Weaponized Ignis on the spreadsheet, but yeah, the regular Weaponized Ignis is also exclusive, not just HSW for whatever reason. So yeah, it really is the Progen Immerse, the Gradius, Maggio, and Benefactor Krieger for your top options, basically for A tier options. Or the supercar class for the legacy platforms. Okay, so what is lap time? What is top speed for those not familiar with the game or whatever for some reason? Lap time is basically turns and corners, like I was basically saying for speed due to time trial. Which most races will have a good bit of that, I believe, of course, most being city courses. Also worth noting, I think they're always city courses for premium races. I don't really think they feature on stunt tracks or anything. Where top speed might be more prevalent on a stunt race or something, maybe, and being courses above ground, possibly even in the skyboxes and stuff. And then top speed, like I was saying, is your pure straights, Top speed is pure straights, of course, being your highways, like I was kind of saying earlier. And then you have airport runways. Airport runways, yes. As well as airstrips. And yeah, don't forget, there's the Tongba Hills one over here as well. I think that's the last update as well. And then, how do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going for the actual race course? You can do square, of course, for start job as seen in the bottom right rectangle. Yeah, square, X on Xbox, or key on PC for start job. When you're in the lobby screen, you can do the same thing. It will also show you the map of the race. And if for some reason you forget to do it there, I think you can also do square, X on Xbox, or key on PC thing. Like when you're choosing a vehicle, and it should let you see the map as well. You have to do that before you confirm a vehicle, though, or something, I think, or like get onto like the final screen before a race, though. I think though. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, when you choose a vehicle, yes, you can also see the map as well, probably so you can get a good idea of when you see a vehicle, if you forget the performance, of course, what the lap time and top speed probably is, or something that probably helps something with that, of course, for why they would have it there in the first place. So. Okay, 2 LGT texts apparently. Mint, like the counter for cash, of course, of course. ID, business, document forgery, whatever.
Stop all the bleats about how spiritual you feel.
God damn it, you fuck ass hernia burn. Come on, no. Fuck. Alright, podium vehicle is the JB700 or the JB700W. Actually, I don't see guns on it, so I assume it's the W, since you have to add the guns later, I think, on the W, and then the decommissioned one technically has the guns, but they're not usable, of course. So I think since it does not have the guns on there, I believe it would actually be the W, since that's how it comes as stock, I'm pretty sure. So it's probably the W, yeah. I was wondering why I noticed. I was wondering why I noticed some views on the JP700 like W review guide with like all the other variants of it as well, of course. So I think even before that, to be fair, like even without like there was a regular JP700, I think, on like the Simians as well, and noticed that was getting like lots of views and watch time suddenly on that. I think it's wild air. So I don't know if it's I don't know 100% if it's correlated to that. Probably is more so with this, I feel, than that, but still. Did I just get the vehicle? Whoa, okay. What the hell? I have this vehicle already, though, since I buy all the weaponized vehicles, so I don't actually need it, though.
Compliments to our winner of a brand new vehicle at the Lucky Wheel.
Honestly, I probably could have sold it for a good amount of money, though, the other one, but I didn't really care to do that, quite frankly, honestly, though. Honestly, though. Like, I didn't sell a vehicle right before anything, obviously, to, like, lose money until it's time on time, and, like, for some behind-the-scenes, like, thing to combat the, like, money glitchers out there, but still. Whatever. So that confirms that it's the weaponized one and what the vehicle is. It's obviously going to be either that or the day one option, but I didn't really see it being day one option since I think it's a faulty vehicle as well. Not to mention. That would actually be on Warstock cash and carry. Did I not just click Warstock and not? Yeah, what the fuck? Huh? It's weird. Is it a glitch thing or something? I'm so confused. So confused. As a reminder, there is one more week where this is on discount, it seems. I think the Oktoberfest gifts end, I think, this week. I think, yes, the event week, the Oktoberfest gifts end, I think, and then there's a certain livery you can get for this aircraft, of course, by just simply logging in, I believe. Yes. Heist. Alright, it's actually only 1,470,000. It might not have been a big deal to sell it anyways, though, but still. So yeah, the Debache JB700W apparently here. So again, this is the weaponized version, not the non-weaponized version that they had later on the Don Casino Heist DLC for the online component. Again, this actually comes stock without the weapons, so it's technically a clean version of it if you don't put the weapons on it, if you just want to use it as like a clean version. God, fuck ass, damn it, you fuck ass, hurt me, bro. Come on, fuck. But if you want to use it as a clean version, you technically could, since it doesn't come with the weapons, unless you purchase weapons separate, so it technically makes it a cleaner version of the vehicle than even the decommissioned AB700. Seems... But yeah. Yes. Again, I do have a dedicated review and guide of this vehicle on my channel if you want to watch that, for like a longer version of like an in-depth guide on this. But yeah, basically the guns. The guns aren't all that unique, I think, if I remember right, and they're basically just your basic GTA Online machine guns, I believe. God, fuck ass, damn it, you shitty fuck ass, hurting you, bro. Come on, fuck. Yes. Again, technically, I believe the guns are sadly not pretty unique when it comes to like the way they fire or anything like that. Really. I found the actual weapon on the like single-player version was actually a pretty neat machine gun, but this machine gun, on the other hand, sadly, I think it's just a typical like GTA Online machine guns. I believe it's not like the unique gun that it has in like the Pac-Man mission for like Grand Theft Auto 5 single player though, which I find not to be a downside. Unfortunately, I think it would be better if it had a unique gun on it. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yes, I think it would be unique if it had like a unique gun on it, like the single player variant has for the way they fire and whatnot. God damn, you fuck ass, hurting you, bro. Come on, fuck. Oh, it's fuck ass time, hopefully. Pac-Man one in a single player though for the weaponized version, yeah. Again, fire's different or something. Yeah, quite literally, I find the guns just be pretty standard on the JB700W for the way they fire though. I really wish they would have given it the unique guns that it has in the single player for the way they fire. But yeah, otherwise, alright, crystal, meth, whatever. But otherwise, the sides for the issues I have with the guns, really. You really just get the... I think you only get the slick mines and the spike mines, I think. But obviously the spike mines you have to make tribute to the single player one that had like the spike strips on it, so obviously you have the spike mines for that reason pretty much. Otherwise, the only other mine type is the same one that the Money Tech vehicles have, I believe, at the split mines, of course. So you have your usual Money Tech mine type, of course, for the later vehicles that would release, of course, for the slick mines. And then, yeah, obviously to pay tribute to the single player variant. Obviously, yes, to pay tribute to the single player variant. Yes, you have the spike mines, of course. Sadly, you do not have spike strips, which would have just made it even more unique, of course. Like the one, of course, in single player, again, had the spike strips. But again, the spike mines are the next closest thing in the game, basically. For the spike mines are in the Arena War DLC, basically. And then, yeah, they did add the Mr. Lock-on Jammer sometime later on in, like, the last 2 updates, I want to say. So it would have been either the Agent Sabotage DLC, the previous update, or the Money Fronts DLC, where it would have got the Lock-on Jammer support in, I believe. It looks like looks like the JB700W actually got the Missile Lock-on Jammer in the last update, Agents of Sabotage. Not surprised, obviously it's definitely a good one for the Lock-on Jammer, so I'm not surprised it didn't wait till this update and it happened the last update for sure. But yeah, with the guns and the spike mines, especially, maybe even kind of the silk mines, you could definitely do some headhunter with. But yeah, with the guns, the silk mines, possibly, definitely, maybe more so the spike mines. You could even do like little headhunter VIP works for like some free mode money making, of course, for the JP700W. 100% you can, absolutely. So you can definitely make some light free mode work. You can definitely do some light free mode work for some pretty light amount for some pretty light. For a pretty light amount of money, like 25, like maybe 40, 50k on like a double money event, you could definitely do some headhunter VIP work or something with this vehicle. Basically. Mr. Lock-on Jammer on this vehicle though definitely can be fine. Mr. Lock-on Jammer, of course, could maybe make you less worried about having to place like spike mines, of course. So that definitely can be a good utility. Having, I actually do think this is the only like vehicle with a lock-on jammer also to have the spike mines. I think so. It is pretty unique in that regard. I believe. I think it is the only spike mine vehicle in the game with the lock-on jammer. So it actually does give it an interesting utility to have, or whatever, for a lock-on jammer. So I think it is definitely a good candidacy for a lock-on jammer. 100%, 100%. So yeah, very good vehicle. Very, very good vehicle. 100%. 100%. Kind of surprised when it hit the casino. Surprised actually hit the casino there. Whatever. I found a gun over here. I don't know what it's car meat, so I guess I'll go over that now, basically. So I do not have to do that later, since it's kind of one of my least favorite parts to cover meat, and not gonna lie, to be honest. Alright, this fit here somehow would be nice. Would be nice. Seems like it does. Okay, cool. As long as I break the pole like it did. Animal, wait, what? Oh, it's a haunted, possessed animal, I think, actually. Let me check that out, actually. I want to check it out, actually. I don't think I've seen this event before, actually. I've covered it, I don't think I've seen it before, though. Oh, it's gone? Wait, really? Come on. Bruh. Then it literally spawned as it got out the helicopter, too, so how the fuck was I expected to get to that in time, bro? Yeah, I think I covered it on the channel before. I don't know if I've actually seen one before, like spawn or anything, though. The possessed animal event. For the possessed animal event for Halloween event, sounds like usually animals don't spawn. Surprised I'm really spawning. Right.
Some new stuff I think you'll want to see.
But okay though.
Real easy to clean.
So. Going over to gun ban lineup. Basically. Wait, did they even post the lineup on the newswire? Actually, might have not, actually.
Good night.
Oh my fucking god, you fucking has hurt me. Fucking hell, bro. God.
Trust me, that's messy.
God.
In a good way.
Yeah, sorry about my earnings. We got her pain in the fucking ass. Oh, shit. But right, with all the information they actually provided on the Halloween stuff, maybe there's actually not a gun ban lineup one over, basically on the news wires. I might not actually know what any discounts would be, basically. I do notice something pretty unique already with the gun ban, though. At least, though. Yeah, they actually don't go over the gun ban. Okay, so I actually don't know what the discounts would be this time around.
Good night.
There's GT Series videos community posts possibly, though, that could maybe use, though. No. That might work, though. That might work, though.
Trust me, that's messy. In a good way. Real easy to clean. You land a blow with that? Good night. Trust me, that's
Alright, sorry I got
messy.
distracted by a new
In a
community
good
post like
way.
in the last hour. I don't think I saw you on the GT series thing, so my bad. Having to do with Reddit, of course, with the event details to get ahead of time, whatever.
Real easy to clean. You land a blow with that? Good night.
Alright, but yes. Trying to look for a gun van lineup. Okay, they do actually show something on the gun van for the GT series community post. Again, not the Rockstar Newswire. Rockstar Newswire actually does not cover the stuff, basically.
Trust me, that's messy.
Okay, so
In a
yeah.
good way.
Baseball bat's back for another week. Okay, it has been the whole month for the subscription, of course. With the newer livery they add for the clock and bone livery, I believe, on the baseball bat. They have it there for the whole week for that reason. And then Knife has been around the whole month basically as well due to the plus subscription livery that they add for the current
Real
month
easy
for
to
Knife.
clean.
Stun Gun has been around I think the whole month as well to tie in with probably the Canis Terminus Patrol and stuff. Obviously Stun Gun's a huge police weapon to have. So it makes sense that's been around the whole week.
You hear a gang war's on the way? Let me know. I'll stock up.
I actually want to skip the next 4 as I'll
If I were
explain.
you, I'd snap that up while the deal's on.
And then rest of the non-discount stuff looks to be the Marksman Rifle. Looks like Marksman Rifle is a Mark II variant, so I'm obviously going to highly recommend picking up a Marksman Rifle.
Act now.
Pump Shotgun
That
again
price ain't here
also
for
has a
long.
Mark II version, so I also highly recommend picking that one up. Just keep in mind you cannot pick them up directly as Mark II weapons. You have to upgrade them to Mark II weapons. They do not come standard with Mark II. You only get the
Hell
Mark
of a
1s in the
price,
gun
huh?
van itself,
Won't
basically.
be here forever.
And then a Nightstick. Nightstick, I think, was in last week's gun van. I
Land
don't
a
think it
blow
was
with
in for the
that?
whole month,
Good
though. I
night.
don't think, the stun gun, knife, and baseball bat were, though. I believe, though. Believe, though. But as a reminder, it's mostly just a bog standard melee weapon you cannot use underwater. You, yes, cannot use it underwater.
Trust me, that's messy.
I think you
In
can
a
use it
good
as a
way.
biker melee weapon. That's about the only unique thing you can do with it is using it for biker melee, and that's kind of the only like crazy thing you can really do with it. Really is that's for just being your typical boxing melee weapon. Because not every single weapon can be used for melee weapon on a bike, so this is one of them that I think you can do it with. I believe.
Just so you know, that's a limited time offer.
Alright, and then it's on to the last 4. Alright, so what's so special about, like, some of these, actually? So the baseball bat is free for the whole month, I believe. It's been free for the whole month, basically, for the baseball bat. If you have not yet got that, basically, it's basically...
Real easy to clean.
Stun gun is free for plus. God, fuck
IDs?
that. Damn, fuck. Come on, man. Fuck. But yeah, pricing wise, the baseball bat is free for all players for the month, basically. Stun gun.
Check out my sale items. Everything must
Again,
go.
stun gun is only free for plus only, otherwise it's full price for the whole month. It's been as well.
Can't be found anywhere but this van. Guaranteed.
For all players, the Widowmaker looks to be 50% off apparently, so every player will get this 50% off on the Widowmaker.
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
But the Widowmaker is basically a reskin of the minigun, basically, but with the laser, like, bullets, but... but it has, like, the laser bullet, like, tracer rounds, whatever, basically, so... It's basically a minigun where you get spot easier at night when you use it, basically.
Good ones do it right?
The fuck ass hurt you, bro. Come on. Fuck. Yes. Again, Widowmaker is basically a reskin of the minigun. So it has like the laser tracer bullet kind of things to it. Which probably just, for the most part, makes it get spot easier at night, to be honest.
Now that right there,
it might just be better used as a regular minigun. It might just be better used as a regular minigun on average, though. But yeah, the Widowmaker. It does, however, allow you to do something pretty interesting if you don't want to use the Widowmaker or otherwise. I think it either way would require having both the Widowmaker and the minigun.
You want a signature style?
So basically,
right
since the
there
day
is
one
a
minigun
signature
and
style.
the Widowmaker actually share the exact same ammo count. Minigun, yes, and the Widowmaker do share the exact same ammo count. If you have one of them in the gun van with the maximum count, tongue toast, yes, bro. No. I mean, if you have one of them in the gun locker,
do it once, do it right?
If yes, you have dumbass, tongue toast, yes, bro. You have one of them in the fucking gun locker, not the gun van, which I'm in right now, but the gun locker. Yes. So if you have one of them in the gun locker, the other one basically gets ammo every single time you're in a new lobby, which is interesting. But yeah, there's ammo glitches in the game that will randomly remove your ammo.
Right
That's the only
there.
reason
Like,
supporting like doing the ammo glitch of even like getting your ammo back each time you're in a new lobby. Only reason I suggest that is the ammo will actually get removed randomly on the average in GTA Online with the 12-year-old spaghetti code in the game. It tends to vary randomly. So to fix that, particularly the minigun, the Widowmaker, to fix that, you can actually just put one of them in your gun locker and let the other one just refill on ammo each time you're in a separate lobby. So yeah, that's how you set up an ammo glitch, but you need both the minigun and the Widowmaker to do it, so just keep that in mind. So if you don't have the Widowmaker, now it's a good time to buy it. For half off as well, for all players.
I like how you're thinking. Do it once, do it right?
And then the up and atomizer. This is going to be half off, but you do have to be for plus. You will not get the discount at all if you are not on the subscription. It will just be the basic normal price. Otherwise,
my clients have that as their backup.
And yeah, the up and atomizer. Not in the greatest spot to use it per se, but see if I can show it off somehow. I don't know, it might be a vehicle I can just shoot it from in here. Actually, it might not be too bad. Yeah, I don't even know if that ragdoll did even. Oops. That one went fast. Damn, I'm trying to hit another one. God, I was going to do that, but the camera got all weird with my character's face and shit. Let me just go all the way over, I guess. Truck would maybe be a good one. Try it on. Yeah, you can ragdoll vehicles with it, so absolutely it's very good. That means the character's gonna get out the truck too, right? Yep. Wow. Yeah, that alone makes it absolutely worth it. If you use it for like business sales, you can like get a vehicle and stuff during like a business sale, which is always a very good thing to have. The up and atomizer 4, so it's absolutely a good weapon, 100%.
You know the deal. Only sold by yours truly.
And then the Unholy Hope.
Ammunition.
I think this one's only on discount for like half off, 50% off if you're on the subscription only. Yes, indeed. And this one is basically the regular combat MG, not the Mark II, but more like the regular combat MG, I believe. It's more like that, basically.
No tax, no paperwork, no bullshit. You didn't see me.
So this is basically that, but without the Mark II. So it's kind of like owning another Combat MG Mark I when you transfer it over to Mark II, essentially, which is definitely a nice thing to have, I suppose. And in first person, I want to say you get no recoil with it as well, being another Combat MG. The Combat MG has a thing where in first person, if you fire it, there's no recoil. So it'll shoot completely straight in first person, which is very valuable to have in first person combat. It's not supposed to, of course, shoot completely straight, I'm pretty sure. It's just something that happens with the Combat MG, I guess, for some reason. So, being another Combat MG, it should be able to shoot completely straight first person, which can be very valuable. Which, yes, can be very valuable. Tongue twist, yes, bro, yes. It can be very valuable to just be able to shoot completely straight in first person, so your bullets don't go all over the place, compared to other weapons in the game. So it is a very good weapon to have, absolutely.
No one followed you, right? That's, black market only. Mm-hmm.
And then the last weapon is the shocker, actually, believe it or not.
Guaranteed.
So this is a melee weapon, like the nightstick, another melee weapon. So this one is actually very useful in the game, compared to most. Between this and the stone hatchet, those two are pretty much the most useful in the game. But yeah, stone hatchet and this are some of the most useful melee weapons. The fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on. But yeah, shocker is actually a very useful melee weapon. I would say the only other super useful melee weapon probably goes to the stone hatchet, like I was basically saying earlier, which was like a limited, like not limited. I think you could still get it actually, which was like a tie-in weapon for like Red Dead Redemption 2 or whatever. Get a shocker. But yeah, melee weapon that shocks characters pretty much. Absolutely a good one to have. It's kind of,
Trust me,
it's basically a stun gun in the form of a melee weapon.
In a good way.
So it can be pretty good for your bail enforcement or like the Bomb Bounties DLC business, of course. It can be nice for that. Can yes, especially be pretty nice for the Bomb Bounties business for the bail enforcement. And then yeah, it's basically a secondary stun gun. It is basically yes, a secondary stun gun, which is nice. So if you mess up with the stun gun with the really long reload time, you have another really long reload time on the shocker you can use as well as a backup if you can do it more in like a physical manner instead of like a short range manner, like a small range manner. Yeah, it won't have as much range in the slightest, though albeit the stun gun range isn't really crazy.
You land a blow with that? Good night.
Again, it's kind of like a second use of the stun gun on a melee weapon, which is pretty damn nice, pretty useful to have. But yeah, released during last year's like summer update, I'm pretty sure, which would have been Bomb Bounties, of course. Yeah, it was during the tribute Bomb Bounties and it's released in. During that update, you had to actually unlock it, I think, during like the alien UFO abduction. I believe this is the very first time it has actually been available at the gun van, I believe. Yeah, so seasonal weapons, I wouldn't expect to be in the gun van like much asides for this like month, so I definitely advise picking it up either this way or for UFO abduction if you want to just wait for that. But,
real easy.
This is probably obviously the easier, more this is definitely the more easier, reliable way of doing it. Pretty sure, of course. And yeah, it does have a price to it. Obviously, it was only available, I believe, for free for an event, of course, last year. But obviously, being the gun ban, it does have a price to it. And whatever price it is normally is 30%
you
off.
Land a blow with that? Good night.
Whatever price it is, yes, normally is 30% off. And then it's half off if you are in the Plus subscription as well. So you do get an extra 20% off on this weapon, whatever price it ends up having. If you are tied to that Plus subscription, basically, for the remaining week of the Plus subscription currently.
Trust me, that's messy. In a good way.
And yeah. Gun van exclusives for weapons. I think it's only the alien weapons and the shocker I think that are basically there.
Only sold by yours truly.
Ever since they added the gun van, I think they took the like alien weapons out, like the agency or whatever. I think they used to be in the agency for the free alien weapons, but ever since the gun van released, I think they started being exclusive to the gun van. So that would be the Widowmaker up and out.
Won't find that in ammunition.
And of course the shocker is a gun van.
That's black market only.
Of course the shocker is gonna be an exclusive sites for the random event thing, whatever, where you get it from otherwise, whatever. If you want to just buy the weapon outright instead of just getting it for like an event or whatever.
You were never here.
Alright, yeah, because I remember. Alright, $2,000 good sport, apparently. Oh, this guy here. Okay, let me show off the shocker then, since it's been a while since I did that, obviously. Oh, I forgot to mention you can also use this on a bike as well, I believe. Also, yeah, I forgot to mention, but yeah, you can also use it on a motorcycle for the shocker. I didn't mention that, but yeah, it's a very useful thing to have as well. The shocker. I don't think you can draw by with the stun gun, but you can do a like motorcycle attack with the shocker, which
I'll
is
destroy you.
of course. That die. Not even gonna pick up his cash since I should have done it before. I banked my 2,000 good sport, of course, but I don't even think I noticed he was there until after, quite frankly though. Yeah, shocker's a real cool weapon, absolutely. Especially since you can use it on a motorcycle with a hot charge drag, especially since you can use it on a certain motorcycle with the HSW hot charge drag, of course. So now finally over to the... Oh, I didn't show the probables, right? My bad, I didn't show probables. My bad. Again, I didn't mean to do that, I just forgot to show the probables. Because I want to show off the shocker, I think. I want to show off the shocker, I think, and I forgot to show the probables. Armor, of course, for everything. Alright, so again, let me break this pole just I did forget to show off the probables and armor, of course, and see, I want to show off the shocker.
Hey there.
So again, my bad. Just been there for a while because my butt is hurting and shit, so kind of wanted to go, I guess. It's good. Yeah, proximity mines. I don't know if that's surprised you'll see. As the name does suggest, it does blow up in proximity, so it can make for a pretty good anti-grief tool, whatever. Say somebody's going after business product and for some reason they're like riding against like the road or something, and you
Goes
can use
off
the proximity mine for sure, which is cool, of course. But yeah, for proximity mine, yes, is a pretty good anti-grief tool, depending on like what you're using it for. Or like a business sell mission to protect your product or something. Pipe bombs glitched off of my character apparently, so I have to buy them apparently when I don't even use them.
Smart.
Fucking game. Yeah, during the Bikers DLC, they had the pipe bomb, which was originally in the GTA series, and the GTA series, Grand Theft Auto series added in the Grand Theft Auto 4 Last and Damn DLC, which is a Bikers focused DLC for Grand Theft Auto 4 episodes, which is pretty cool, of course. Now, I don't really know how to describe it's one of the most, but to me it's kind of like a grenade and sticky bomb in a way. Something I know for sure is apparently this does not blow up in your hand, apparently, compared to a sticky bomb, so it's much safer to use in a drive-by situation compared to a sticky bomb, so it is a good... It is a pretty good drive-by throwable compared to sticky... Yes, broken my compound. Yes. This is a very good drive-by throwable compared to something like a sticky bomb that can blow up in your hand when the AI shoots it, so it's honestly a pretty good drive-by throwable. It's kind of one of the strong suits of the pipe bomb, I would say. I would definitely say.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
And then you have grenade, of course. As the name does suggest, grenade. Or no. Name does not suggest anything. My bad. God, you fuck ass hurting it, bro. Come on. come on, fuck. But yeah, grenade, I mean to say, it's just a basic explosive rollable. I mean, grenade, yes, just a basic explosive rollable, though. No.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
And then, yeah, obviously, like per usual, you have the super heavy armor, all the other armor types as well.
Thank you.
Alright, so that actually finishes up the gun van. Again, my bad, my stupid fucking hernia got me wanting to go, since it made me take longer than I wanted to, of course, on the gun van. And I want to show off the shocker and stuff, of course. That was my bad, I just accidentally forgot to go over that basically, or whatever. Alright, but yeah, going to the... Oh, it's car meet fun, you know. Again, sorry if it took a little longer than I would have wanted it to, but yeah, fuck, I was turning being a prick, so that's what happened, I guess. Anyway, you have the Baptist F&J, the Debauche Exemplar, and then the Debauche Massacre, okay. F&J is something the newest vehicle on here, I believe in 2016, I believe, like Finance Felony or something. I do believe, yes, it's Finance Felony, I want to say around there. So that is an online exclusive vehicle there for the F&J. As for the Exemplar and the Massacre, those are also available in the single player, so you can actually test them out in the single player before you buy them online with engine upgrades and everything. Because the Exemplar is a day one vehicle, and it's actually a coupe, which is an interesting classing. F&J, though, by the way, of course, supercar. Yeah, the Debauche Exemplar, yeah. Coupe, I believe, is classing, which is pretty unique, kind of. Not many coupes in the game, basically. And the Debauche Massacre was a sports car that was at, like, the business update or the high life update. It was either the business update or I think it was more likely the high life update for the Massacre, I think. One of the first couple to fewish DLCs I think the game ever had, I believe. Golly, fuck ass burn. Come on. Fuck. The FMJ, all these are actually probably vaulted vehicles, though, so might not be going over performance on them much. Oh, yeah, fuck it, it's burning, bro. Come on. Fuck. Alright, but yes, these are all apparently indeed vaulted vehicles. Okay. So ever since Sandra's Mercenaries, you'll see like 2+ years ago, initially they vaulted like around, I think like 200+ vehicles or something crazy like that. But over time, especially in the last couple of updates, they just sabotage, $1 bounties, a lot of them have returned with like lock-on jammers. These are free of the ones that are actually still vaulted in the game though, so no lock-on jammers on these at all, just beware of that, of course. For that reason, there's no lock-on jammers on those. But anyways, that's the last 2+ years, and there's Mercenaries you'll see onwards. The Vapid FMJ is only been the Vapid FMJ is only been available 9 times apparently. Dabachi Exemplar has been available 8 times, and then the Dabachi Massacre has been available 10 times apparently. On the different dealerships and stuff since being vaulted like 2+ years ago. Basically. I think that's all pretty much the breakdowns here. FMJ I don't really think is a great like supercar per se anymore nowadays. It might feature in certain transform races, but that's haven't seen much anymore since they vault those now, I guess, as well. But if there is transform races available again for like the regular Rockstar Career transform races, it might have appearances on those. I kind of forget for like a dedicated vehicle that you need to own to have the best performance benefit possible, I think. No. Yeah, Dabachi Exemplars and Coupes, I'm actually not too sure how good it performs, but there's not that many Coupes. I think this would probably be the best performing vehicle on the dealership for this event, of course. Then you have the Dabachi Massacre, which is probably just God damn, fuck, it's hurting you, bro. Come on. But. And yeah, Dabachi Massacre, I think it's probably just like a mid-tier sports car or something. The absolute best, probably want to guess personally. So I wouldn't really get any of these aside from maybe the Exemplar for performance. Alright, then on to the prize right finally. BF Weevil, apparently. Which does have an upgrade to the Spooky Weevil Custom, so there is reason to want that, of course. Or whatever. Prize Art Challenge for it apparently is placed top 1 for 3 days in a row. It starts in a pretty unique compacts class or something. But yeah, there's not a lot of compacts, but I think it's in like a pretty unique compact class. And then you can turn it over to a muscle car when it comes to the Weevil Custom, which is actually one of the best muscle cars in the game for top speed, I believe. At least it's one of the top best muscle cars without HSW into account, at least. So especially on the PlayStation 4 as possible on PC Legacy, it's a very good muscle car if you turn it over to the Weevil Custom as well. Yeah, fuck ass hurting, bro. Come on. But. So I assume the Weevil Custom is why this one's on the prize art in like October, like Halloween, like week or something. It seems. Most likely, but why they would choose that? So you can actually find the Weevil on both Stubborn Sandras and the Benny's website. I'm pretty sure. Paprika Heist, this would have been a course. Yeah, the Weevil is right here. It does have a trade price, which you might only be able to take advantage of on this website, of course, for 652,500 from the 870,000-ish. Which is like 172,000. Is it? No, 217,500. Yeah, 217,500 I think is the difference between buying and trade price, just to keep people aware, basically. But yes, yeah. And yeah, the trade price, how do you get that again? Yeah, a complete. Yes. Complete all of Kind Music's requests as a boss to unlock a trade price for this vehicle. Not only that, but I think doing all of that also gets you a free one as well. I think yes, doing all that does get you a free one as well. But yeah, if you do all Kind Music's requests, you actually do get a free one. But if you want to buy more of them, I think you can also get more of them on a discount trade price as well. Weird how to give you a free one and then they give you a trade price for it if you wanted to buy more of them, but I mean, I guess it eventually kind of makes sense. I don't know, like Weevil Custom, I guess, added later on, but yeah. But again, you can also get for free in addition to doing the Kind Music request by just replacing top one for 3 days in a row is a much easier way to do it, I would say, for a free one. And to do that, races. Meant to go the other way, I think, but whatever. Whatever fucking is turning you. Your fault. Damn it. Come on. Fuck. Yeah, traditionally you have pursuit races, which are 4 players, so 1 out of 4. That's a measly 25% chance. Chance. I would not advise the pursuit race route on this one. I think pursuit race route would be too strict for the difficulty on that unless you want a challenge for it for some reason. If you want it easy though, you have street races, which are just 2 player, just do a bare minimum 2 player street race, and you should of course be able to hopefully get the challenge and earn the VF Weevil, obviously. And yeah, keep in mind you have to do it 3 days in a row as well. So street race is definitely way to go between those two, at least. Other race types tied to the LS Carmi are the drag and drift races, but I'm not really sure if they count or not. But yes, this is. I know solo, if you do them solo, they do not count, but I assume even with other players, since they came out like 2 years after the initial prize light system, they don't tend to go back to content, make things consistent with older content, or whatever they usually say. Yeah, I don't really think that these would count anyways for drag and drift races, since you can do them solo and stuff. I mean, like, they probably don't go back to older content, make the newer content work with the older content on average or whatever. Then yeah, I'm not really expecting that you would be able to do those. You might want to stick to street races and not street races for some reason. And the pursuit races, obviously pursuit races is not really ideal, as I went over, of course, earlier. But again, now to actually go over it properly, I don't know if I did. I was kind of showing it was on both websites, to be fair, but yeah. So I showed it already on Southern. Again, for a trade price, you might have to take advantage of Southern for a trade price. I know I don't have the trade price, but even if I did have the trade price, it might still be 870,000 on Benny's. So you might, if you want to take advantage of a cheaper trade price, of course, want to go on Southern and do it, of course. But yeah, again, it does have the Benny's upgrade as well, the BF Weevil Custom. This turns it over from compacts over to the less unique muscle car class. But again, it does give it insane top speed. It very much does give it insane top speed. Oh my god, come on. Stupid goddamn, like, why are my headset getting stuck in my leg? Okay, I think that first text I ended up deleting was probably cocaine or whatever, I think, since I think I mentioned like all the others before that, and then yeah, weed. Or whatever it looks like it just got mentioned, I think. So I think that was all of LGT's text messages. I think that I should be receiving. I think. Is that the bug that's right? I think so. But yes. I'm going to check the spreadsheet again. I didn't go over performance for the GB7W, but I want to say it's for some reason not raceable for some reason. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the JB700W from earlier is non-raceable and it had like weapons and stuff, so I didn't want to talk much about that one for performance and just its capabilities instead, and move on with the stream a bit quicker or something. I could do like a what if situation, I guess. I could check like what its lifetime top speed is and compare, I guess, but then, yeah. I don't really find that to be the most ideal thing to do anyways. Yeah, like, if you really want to, you could go on roughly 1322 racing YouTubers like Spreadsheet or Grandpa Online, the vehicles and stuff. It would probably pretty much be in the exact same spot as the non-weaponized one, of course, for the JB700W, or for the JB700W that I didn't cover performance for earlier, basically. But yeah, going back actually, or I'll just stay on here since it's kind of showing both. The regular BF Weevil for compacts for performance, for performance. Alright, headset wire's all stuck or something, bro. To my chair and shit, bro. But anyways, because of that, all distraction, I've talked to his ass, bro. Again, for compacts, I didn't mention performance yet, but for the Weevil, it is apparently at the top of the D tier for the compacts class, apparently top of D tier, yes, for compacts class for Weevil, giving it a 7th place lap time as well as a 9th place top speed, apparently. So the Weevil is pretty good for the compacts class. Yes, yeah. There is only 17, however, though, when it comes to like compacts. 2 are non-raceable, even. Looks like at worst it'd be like 8th place, it looks like, for lap time. So it is definitely above average for lap time. It's actually, it is actually below average, it looks like, for top speed, though, it looks like. So yes. Pretty good. It's a pretty alright option for sure on lap time for the compacts class. Top speed is just a little below average though, but yeah. And yeah, while it's not on discount, I know for a fact it's it's a very good top speed. Since actual like Benny's upgraded stuff is not on discount, I don't think it is at least. But I'll go over that later, of course, regardless. Then, yeah. I'm not going to go over performance on that one, I guess. It's not on direct discount, but yeah. Top speed, again, is very insane. So it is a good Benny's upgrade to have, 100%, 100%. Alright, but yeah, I think I covered everything for that finally. The Karen S95, S95, S95 will speed prize, not prize right, not prize right, obviously that was over there, obviously, that's what I was saying. The Weevil, but yeah. For the HSW, like premium test ride, whatever, for the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X/S, PC, and there is the Karen S95. If you are a returning player from a previous version, if yes, you are a previous like returning player, I believe, from like a previous version of the game, and you transfer your character over, which I think initially your character would get deleted. I think when initially was a thing, but I think like some update down the line they made it where it worked like the 8th gen version, where it would just transfer your character over and run on like both systems, I believe, and not just one or whatever. So. But yes. But yeah, if you are a return player, you basically get the S95 for free. If yes, fuck yes, bro. If you are, yes, a return player, you do get the S95 for free, and the HSW upgrade, I think, is free on it as well. So this one's kind of useless for the most part if you're a return player. This one's really just for the new players who might be playing this version of the game for the first time, or Grand Theft Auto Online as a whole, or whatever. And yeah, for that, it is on the vehicle website, of course. For certain San Andreas Subrata's website, apparently. Assuming there's no issue with that. Any of the 27 HSW vehicles, yes, you can see like what website they're on. Sterling GT, since they did remove it during like San Andreas Mercenaries and finally brought back Agent Sabotage, they actually haven't updated and it still shows it like it's faulted or something. But no, the Sterling GT is actually on the website for Legendary Motorsport, where it was initially, of course. But yeah, aside for that, that's all correct for the most part, if not entirely, even. Oh yeah, did I ever look at the drift list actually on this since the new ones came out? I forget. Maybe not, maybe I forgot. But yeah, FX, the Shadow 66, the Hellfire, the Hardy, and the Drift Walton 035. Yeah, didn't they remove the drift one though? Wasn't it like a limited offering or something? I forget. But whatever though. Of course, that would be the Cockstar Wave or the Bolt vehicle somehow. Alright, but yeah, I think that's pretty much it though.
Diablo's business tonight, mija. Yeah, we getting suited tonight and put.
And then over to luxury autos after that, basically. So there's the Dinka Chester R wide body, or the Dinka Chester LS, or the Dinka LCM Chester R, excuse me. Fucking, the way they renamed them though, oh, shit. Honestly, I might have liked the old name better, to be honest. Since it's all tongue twisty as fuck now. Like, if they introduced the proper name it has now, like, in the first place, maybe I would have found it fine, but holy fuck, man. And then you have the vapid Uranus, so low speed, less speed, okay.
Here in public? Oh, you're so dirty.
I think both of these were in the last update. Agent Sabotage, I think, was the release of these two, both, I think. Yeah, Dinka LCM just RR. Wide body Dinka just RR. That they basically released from back in the Tuners DLC. It used to be Force with the Dragon livery, but ever since this update, the latest update, I think you can actually remove the livery on it. But yeah, it doesn't have, aside for that, I think it's just basic customization, which is kind of a joke. But yeah, you have like no customization, like visual customization on the thing. I do know, however, it is number 1 lap time, I believe, or the tuner subclass, I believe, in the game. And I think just this update, I think the best top speed 1-2D is Hardy, I think, so... As the last couple updates, the lap time top speed number 1s have changed for the tuner subclass, I believe. Because, yes, it's a tuner subclass vehicle, which means you can use it in the tuner subclass races, for street pursuit races, for like the Brazar Challenge or something. So it actually can be a nice vehicle to own. Actually might be one of your best options for that. And then your Uranus low speed, low speed is actually pretty top tier sports classics, especially yes, especially a very good top tier sports classics, especially on platforms without the HSW upgrades for the PlayStation 4 as possible on PC Legacy. This is definitely a fantastic option for those platforms. Otherwise, it's still pretty good for the newer platforms as well, since it would still technically be within like a top 5, top 10 for like a lap time at least. So absolutely, these are both good vehicles to pick up. Actually. I never ended up doing that till now, apparently. Okay. Both might be on this website too, if you know anything. Maybe the list speed is on Stubborn then. So I didn't see the same. I did not, yes, let's see the turns it's broken like on come on. Did not necessarily think I saw it here, but still. Nishi thought it was though, but okay. Yeah, that's your just RR though, the thing I'll see him just RR. I mean. Yeah, 7 probably is the other
Oh,
one.
babe.
Yeah, they're both in featured apparently,
Done.
right? Yes. Alright, right. I didn't realize I was there, but yeah. Again, I knew they were in the last update though, so yeah. They're both so recent, you can find them in featured on Leisure Motorsport and San Andreas. They do not seem to be on discounts. I'm not going to go over exact performance numbers, but trust me, they're pretty good. Again, pretty good tuner subclass, lap time option for the GSR wide body, and also pretty good lap time sports classics option at least for the tuners of low speed, lap speed. So they are pretty revolutionary for the classes, especially on the PlayStation 4 plus Legacy, where you do not have HSW. Albeit for tuner subclass, it's pretty much the same for lap time top speed for both platforms for the tuner subclass. And, yeah. And then sports class, I'm pretty sure it's probably a complete joke for the sports class. I think I'll see just R, whatever.
Absolutely. We'll talk later.
After that, it's the Seminole Frontier, Rapid Click for Pre-Induction Motorsport, whatever. Omni Frankenstein, the Class Tornado Rat Rod, and also the Chariot Romero Hearse. 3 of them are Halloween vehicles, and 2 of them are GTL non-exclusives for more basic vehicles, it seems. Kind of Seminole Frontier, I swear I recall being in like the Los Santos like summer special update. I think that's summer 2020 update with like no drip feed, I believe. Yeah, Rapid Click. This was a muscle car that was also a festive gift, I think, during the Arena War DLC back in like December 2018 or whatever. And yeah, Frankenstein was like Halloween surprise or whatever back in like 2015 at the earliest, I think. Which was one of the first updates, I think, without single player content whatsoever. At least for vehicles, anyways. Class Tornado Rat Rod was in Bikers DLC. And yeah, this is day 1 vehicle right here for the Romero Hearse, which technically you can get in story mode as well. Which technically, yes, you can get in story mode as well, apparently. Fuck ass Harney, bro. Come on. Fuck. But it's a day 1 vehicle, so you can get in story mode. Just fits Halloween theme is all, of course. Yeah, at least 2 of these I'm thinking are vaulted, at least. Maybe vault all the Halloween stuff now as well, though. I'm not all that sure, though. Not not all that sure though, but they might fall like on Halloween vehicles as well. Well. Looks like they are actually on the vault list. Okay. So again, the same drill. These vehicles have been unavailable in the last like 2+ years. And therefore no lock-on jammers, probably most definitely, aside from possibly a Halloween vehicle, but I doubt it, anyways. God damn it. Fuck, it's hurting though. Come on. Fuck. Yeah, Seminole Frontier was just like the Exemplar, apparently. Is apparently just like the Exemplar over in the other showroom that's only been available for 8 times now, basically. Rapid Click is apparently just like the Massacre on the other showroom, where it apparently was available 10 times as a disappearance, apparently. Or freaking Stange apparently has apparently only appeared 7 times of his appearance on the dealership. And apparently has the least appearances of any vehicle for the dealership this event, apparently, alongside one other one still. Which I don't believe is this one, because Tornado Rat Rod apparently appears for the 9th time, apparently. apparently, yes, the Tornado Rat Rod appears for the 9th time, apparently, just like the Vapid FNJ from the previous showroom, of course. And then, last but not least, Chariot Romero Hearst, basically. Also has some least appearances alongside the Frankenstein, only appearing 7 times as the last 2+ years for this particular one event for the 8 vehicles that are vaulted. Yeah, Seminole Frontier for the SUV class, I don't think performs that great in the SUV class. Yes, come on. Fuck, it's hurting though. Fuck. Yes. But I definitely don't believe this appears. Not appears. Stupid ass. Don't try to say bro. Come on. Fuck. But yes. But yeah, again, I don't think it performs that good for the SUV class at all, of course. So. You have like sporty SUVs like the Astron, like the Tauros, HSW. It's definitely not going to be on a top contender. I don't think 100% not. I don't think. Click When it first released, it was pretty good on like top speed, especially if I remember right. It could maybe still be somewhat good there for top speed, like 10s or 20s, I'm thinking, but that's probably the best it will be, I'm thinking. Again, I'm just predicting those since these are not on discount, probably, and just showroom vehicles. And the Frankenstein, the Tornado Rat Rod, and the Romero Hearst, I think are just more for the theme, and therefore not going to go that great for their dedicated classes. I mean, sports classics for sure on this one, I'm pretty sure. Sports classics are muscle in it too. I think it's actually known as one of the ones that actually is not. I mean, yeah, I think it's one of the couple vehicles actually with a muscle car wheelie feature, actually, just like the Weevil. Weevil actually also has a muscle car wheelie feature. Yeah, the Weevil is a compact, and this would also actually be sports classics like the other Tornadoes, I'm pretty sure, pretty for sure. So yeah, that's a compact and a sports classic that deal with muscle car wheelie features. I've completely forgot to mention, I think, for those two, for the Weevil and the Tornado Rat Rod. Interestingly. Apparently. And then Chariot Romero Hearst, I think is like sedan or something. Probably not that good for sedan, no. So that's what I'm thinking for performance for these vehicles. Probably nothing that crazy aside from maybe the click. But even then, the click might be in like 10s, not top 10, but like 10s and 20s for like top speed at most, I think. What if some Halloween vehicles are actually on discount right now? Might be. I'll check for those, just to see if they have discounts before I go any further here outside of like the dealership and stuff. I mean. Wait, they don't even go over discounts or like what? Doesn't seem they do apparently. Okay. On the newswire they don't. On the newswire they do not. It seems. Okay, what the heck? I'm going weird right now or something. What the fuck? Bro, shit better be working still. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. My internet seems fine though. What the hell? Before I jinx myself or something somehow. I bet. What the hell? God, bro. Fix y'all sight then if that shit ain't gonna work right. Come on. Like, bruh. Alright, there we go. What the hell? That was weird. I had like a error code or something. And it was like loading so long and shit. Yeah, Newswire doesn't actually go over any of the discounts as far as I can tell for vehicles and stuff, so I'll have to check for GTA series videos can be posted again, I guess. I guess. Fuck, that's hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. But it doesn't really go over discounts, it seems, much. On the Newswire, it seems. Sounds like the Frankenstein and Romero Hearst might be on discount. Not sure about the Tornado Rat Rod, but I'm thinking that would probably be, of course, as well. God, fuck it. Damn it, fuck it's hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck.
We need to meet up for drinks.
Golly, bro. Oh yeah, Frankenstein's on discount, 30% off. It looks like. Tornado Rat Rod indeed on 30% off as well, apparently. And yet a Romeo Hearst. Okay, yeah, and all three of those are on discount, so I guess I can go into more detail on some notes for you in particular. Okay. But again, I don't think someone Frontier performs great. I think 10s or 20s at best top speed on like the click or something for muscle car class, but like again now top 10 I think regardless though. We're both metrics I think. Sure a lot better than the click wagon that ended up coming out in Sanders and Mercenaries though, and that's for sure. Alright, but yes, this is onto roughly 132T's vehicle spreadsheet, of course, for the performance of those vehicles, of course, for the free Halloween ones, of course, under 30% off discounts. Starting off in showroom order, of course, for sports classics. For the Frankenstein, it is apparently at the top of the K tier, according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet for G-Town on YouTuber that focuses on focuses on racing. It is 34th place for lap time as well as 32nd place top speed. Out of 50 sports classics in the game, it looks like nowadays. So it's just not good, unfortunately, for performance. Yeah, it's more for the theming, of course, than anything, obviously. Tornado Rat Rod, 30% off again on that as a reminder. There is. That one's the top of the tier below, which makes it the top of L tier over the Q. But yeah, it's underneath the Frankenstein, which is top of K tier, apparently. The Tornado Rat Rod's apparently top of the L tier, which gives it 37th place off time as well as 35th place top speed. So it's basically just an even worse Halloween themed sports classics. Again, it does have the cool ability to muscle car wheelie when it's in sports classics. Same thing with the Weevil and being compact apparently for those two particular vehicles. Interestingly, but yeah. Besides for that little thing and the Halloween theming, it's not really great for performance though. And yeah, the Chariot Romeo is probably going to be in sedans, I'm guessing. Just guessing like the limos. It could be wrong though, but I would think so, of course. So because the Chariot Romero Hearst, yeah, it's in sedan class. Sedan class has no HSW vehicles. The performance will be exactly the same regardless of platform. Not that it really made too much difference really, to where I just didn't bring it up on the Sport Classic ones, but yeah. On all platforms, the Romero Hearst, Chariot Romero Hearst is branded the bonded shade tier according to the spreadsheet for sedan class. Which out of 41 sedan vehicles it gets 36th place apparently for lap time, as well as 38th place, yes, 38th place for top speed. Okay, so that's the breakdown for those free 30% discounts for the Simeon's Dogs Motorsport. That may or may not be on the website, but according to the Vault vehicle list, it's on that, so you might have to go to the dealership for those free discounts. Maybe. Okay, so from there, find out money opportunities stuff or anything I want to go through, of course. Okay. So I think I might be going for adversary mode stuff. Okay, I didn't mean to check there. Of course, I think it's bolted there. My bad. I mean, there's something else going off, like some kind of arena stuff, but not that per se. Not that per se though. Yeah, it's not brought back apparently. Looks like these are still in the game for the special vehicle races apparently for the Blazer, Aqua, the Rocket Voltic, and Ruiner 2000 ones. The original ones from the early 2017 Instant Special Vehicles Circuit update, I believe. Those ones still seem to be in the game for some reason. Otherwise, it's just your stunt races most likely. At least this week they did not bring back the transform race for the Inferno transform race or whatever hell transform race. I would like to see that money come back again. However, I think they've skipped it for years for Halloween. However, yes, I think they skipped it for years for Halloween content. So for like the Inferno, like transform race for Halloween, whatever. Oh yeah, I'm looking for vaulted race types or anything, of course, right. Yeah, Carprico's not back, and it is. The open wheel's not back or anything. Not that I really expected us to, but checking just in case, obviously, just in case. Especially being the holiday times, there might be a lot of stuff being brought back, of course.
Are you standing me up again?
Might be the Halloween death matches, those might finally come back for something like that. Maybe. Or if they're not back now, they might come back later, of course. I don't think I really saw the Halloween death matches this week though, so it seems it might be saving for another week if they come back, of course. Could of course treat like the Transformers where they just never bring it back for some reason. Who knows? Yeah, it could of course treat like the Halloween Transformers and just never bring it back for some reason. But at least this week I'm not really thinking that. It seems that there's any brought back Halloween death matches, unfortunately. I never remember any being really involved in capture unless I'm seeing Arcane Hills. I'm not going to touch those sections, so just to let people know. Kyle Puerto Rico Survival looks like it's 2 times ERP. Again, this is kind of already brought up, and I kind of already mentioned the payout and stuff. I think what I got for like 10, 11, like almost 12 ways, I think it was like 80, 90k, I think on 2 times. Which might have been max payout, which might have been the maximum payout, I think. Could be wrong though, but yeah. 4 times it would have been like 160-ish K. Back when they did 4 times on it, of course. So really, I do not think like it's that big of a deal. For the money making, even with the good change you made where you don't have to spend money on the ammo and it gets returned to you when you're in free mode, and you're only using the ammo purely for the survival, not having to replenish it, of course, manually. Like, yeah, obviously that's a good change. At least lets you actually keep money and whatnot, which is nice, but still. Not really exactly the greatest. For money opportunity directly though, I believe. I think there's a business one I'll talk about, of course, but yes. Obviously the mode itself is really fun though, definitely. For sure. No alien survivals yet, it looks like. And yeah. North Yankton one starts with like L for Ludendorff, right? I think the Ludendorff survival would start with L, I think. God damn it, fuck, it's hurting, but come on, but again, I think it's called Ludendorff Survival, and that's sort of like L, so it doesn't seem the North Yankton one is back just yet. I think it's been confirmed. Yeah, I think the Ludendorff one is confirmed to come out, like, later on, of course, but not right now, basically. Basically. Jeez, stupid goddamn, like, charging wire being handled since, my feet got cotted or something. Or whatever. I noticed deleted contact missions supposedly are like ones that just never came back from like 7th gen to 8th gen, like 9th gen, and we're always stuck on 7th gen or something, but yeah. I don't think they've ever returned them or anything, basically, so nothing I should have to check there. No versus mode, so just adversary. Okay, so it's not actually out yet, so I will have to change the title. God, fuck ass, damn it, you fuck ass, hurt me, bro. Come on, come on. No. Fuck. But yeah, it actually does not seem to be available for that. Title was talking about, so I guess I'll have to read title, we'll just stream to something else. So when I'm done with it, then still, whatever. Apparently for returning adversary mode for this week, it looks to be Beast versus the Lasher. 1 to 5, apparently. Maybe only ever had 5 maps, or they only chose to return 5 maps, something like that. But it says the name suggests if you're used to the kind of characters and whatnot. Characters, whatnot. Obviously, you have the Beast from Hunt the Beast, hence why there's Beast in the name. And then versus Slasher, like Slasher, of course, like the original Slasher adversary mode, of course. And it looks like there's multiples of them. Basically, looks like the Beasts have to collect checkpoints, basically. God, fuck ass, damn it, you fuck ass hurting. Come on. Fuck. As I was saying before, my fuck ass hurting was all rude as fuck though. Yeah, beasts have to collect the checkpoints, like all the checkpoints, just like their own like free mode kind of thing they do to hunt the beast adversary mode. Or not adversary mode, not adversary mode. Hunt the beast free mode event, I mean. There's one where you have to collect like 10 checkpoints in like free mode for like 25 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes or something, I think you get, and then other players have to like try to stop you or whatever. Alright, but yes, goddamn bot,
In the cabin, there's meant to be all kinds of traffic action on Howard.
Oh yeah, Slashers kind of take the place of the players in like free mode, of course, defeat the beasts, it seems. So that seems like an interesting like spin on the hunt the beast, like free mode event though, definitely. And then yeah, payouts for adversary mode stuff kind of are based on like amount of players, like the amount of time, of course, the way the game plays out, of course, plays into the amount of time, etc. On average, I'd say no matter what time something's on or something for adversary mode and all that kind of stuff, you really tend to get no more than like a couple $100,000, basically. But yeah, I would say no more than a couple $100,000 an hour for this mode, definitely. And even that might be pushing it a little bit, maybe more like 100-ish K. Maybe more like 100-ish K plus, maybe. Yeah, as I always say, adversary modes are more modes of fun rather than modes of fun making, of course. As would be known, obviously, basically. God fuck it's doing it. Yeah, fuck it's hurting though. Come on, come on, fuck. And yes, that's perhaps just your sumo remix. Apparently, that's always in the game, basically. It's basically for one episode, it's pretty much still available all the time. Probably because it's the most popular episode mode. If I were to take a guess for why that one always stays around, but still. And yeah, they don't really involve parachuting, so that seems to be it all there. I assume that's also a featured series for Beast vs. Slasher, could be wrong. Yeah, 4 to 10 player account does suggest it's Beast vs. Slasher. Or the Beast vs. Slasher, yes, whatever. Whatever. Seems that is in fact a featured mode, or featured series, of course. And yeah. Here it apparently looks like... Here apparently it does look like... Selling weapons is apparently going to be on 2 times money RP. Here it is for this current 1-week event. So it is a good opportunity to try to get another thing of progression like I need to get for 25 million apparently for selling weapons at the bunker apparently. So that's also 2 times apparently it's the bunker stealth missions basically. That's it. Fuck, that's hurting you. Come on. That bunker stealth missions are 2 times more torpedo. Which unfortunately I do find to be the least solo friendly business in the game. Special cargo I feel has always been kind of solo friendly. Biker businesses eventually became very solo friendly with like some of the later changes in the last couple updates for sure. I would say for the biker businesses. With no more post-op sales apparently, aka that's the lowest sale there was for biker businesses. And then if you are solo, you get 45 minutes to sell your business as well. And then at least if you are solo, you do get at least 45 minutes to sell your business, which pretty much makes anything sellable for bikers nowadays. For bikers nowadays, which again, just this update happened, or last update, or whatever. Import-export was always very sellable, I would say. After that was literally gun running. God, yeah, fuck ass hurt me, bro. What the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? Come on, though. Come on. Fuck. Jesus, so. But again, after import export, which I said was very sellable, was again, of course, bunker, which again I say is pretty much one of the least sellable, not like the least sellable business of the game now, with the biker business changes in the last couple updates. Otherwise, I would have said it would have went to biker pretty much, with bunker is like secondary. At least solo friendly, whatever. You have Smuggler's Run, which is an aircraft, sort of need the solo friendly, like, they did, yes, make the solo friendly, like, land sails eventually for the hangar as well. Saving hangar, I would say, is definitely very much more soloable than bunker, of course.
Hi, yeah. Wanted to check on my car?
Nightclub is, of course, very soloable. And then Acid Lab and all the other ones, pretty much, are very soloable as well. And for, like, customer deliveries and stuff like that, other ones that kind of don't consider as much of a business as, like, something later on, like Acid Lab. And from before, like, the after hours, like, Nightclub and whatnot. So Saturday Bunker is, I would say, the least soloable, like, business. However, if you buy just one thing of supplies, it's pretty much a guaranteed solo sale, at least. Which, buying one thing of supplies, I think gets you, like, 400, 500k on, like, double money, I think. Buying one thing of supplies, I think if you have staff equipment upgrades, of course, like, all the upgrades have pretty sincere money for the business, of course. Gets you 400, 500k at most, of course, if you have, like, all the, like, staff equipment upgrades to upgrade the business, of course. Security doesn't, like, increase the pay, but security is nice to have just in case, so you don't get, like, business rated, of course. The 2 times 20 RP on the bunker cell missions is fine, especially if you have, like, at least one other person to sell with, but even if not, you can definitely just do one of supplies for a guaranteed 400, 500k each time, like every 2-3 hours, I think, or so. So assuming maximum, like, profit with the staff equipment upgrade. So it's still fun enough even solo if you're willing to do it in baby steps at a time or something. Not doing, like, huge bulk sales. Depending on what sale you get, you could even do, like, the bigger sale solo, probably, but it depends heavily on, like, what sale you even get. And usually you go from 15 minutes to 22.5 minutes, I think, for 50% more. Oh my fucking god, you fucking turned it. Come on, fuck. Again. Even big sales, depending on, like, what the sale mission is, could maybe get you, like, a solo friendly one, but again, it heavily depends on, like, what sale you get. Like, I think the Phantom Wedge sales work pretty fine, I think, if I remember right. If you use, like, a Iron Mule, and then you take, like, a cab to deliver, or, like, a random cab or something, you might be able to deliver it from there or something. There's a certain Insurgent one, there's, like, one variant of the Insurgent one that works pretty good, like, no matter what, I feel. Not many, I feel, but there are ones that do. But there are ones that do work fine for solo, even if you do have maximum supplies, apparently, what I found from what I have found from my experience, of course. God, fuck us, damn it, fucking sprinting, bro. Fuck. Yes, bunker is again good no matter what, though, I would say that, Jeez, I almost free 30, goddamn, you stupid fuck ass, aren't you? You're fucking fault, of course. For miscellaneous discount, there is also Halloween masks, apparently. As Martin draws a popped up that, whatever. Yes, yes. Halloween masks are, in fact, free, apparently. Free, apparently, for Halloween masks. And then, I'll read this paragraph here. Also celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Again, I mean, also celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival in GTA Online. Play anytime through October 8th for just one event week, basically, to get the red Yeti Vault Cap. And may your future be as bright as a full moon over Los Santos. Los Santos, yes. Do shirtless, just get hot to none, of course. Alright, after the flight caps are... After yes, the flight caps are tracked, and you have the red Yeti Vault Cap, apparently. Looks to be from behind. Okay, you also have a forward version. Okay. So you can do either forward or back. Okay, cool. I guess. Not really a behind hat person. Some might be the... Yeah. Whatever. God fuck ass, damn it. It's hurting, bro. Come on. Fuck.
Yeah, I was looking for your profile. I don't even really know how to check my email. Hey, if we're friends in life and Vader, we'll never have to talk on the phone.
So that's a new login reward for the event.
Okay, I'll see you on the way.
That is, yes, a new login reward for the event. And yeah, according to Newswire, it looks like the survival, the current one for Caprica, might only be available for this week. It says October 2nd, October 8th. Because it mentions another one, of course, for another time frame for like a couple weeks even. So it might only sadly be available this week for Caprica Survival. Which I guess is a little fair since it did debut in this DLC, but still kind of gonna be unfortunate if that ends up leaving up just 1 week, which sadly does, yeah, seem likely. Apparently, I'll read this paragraph here. I might even show it off at the end of the stream as well. If you'd like to create your own zombie-inspired mayhem, you can now add island zombie shamblers and runners to your own creations using the survival creator tool. Read up on how to add them here, which is a Rockstar support page apparently. Okay. Which I'll go over to Rockstar support if I decide to do that later, but if not, then just notice there is, yes, a Rockstar support page on the Rockstar Newswire for this particular event week to do so, of course. I wouldn't read the thing about the new slasher mode, but it's not been out yet, it seems. I would, yes, read the thing about the new slasher mode, but it's apparently not been out yet, so not even gonna bother, really then. Unfortunately. God, fuck ass. Damn it, you fuck ass. Hurt me, bro. Come on, come on. Fuck. But again, since I have to repeat again, because this stupid fuck ass hurt me. I would mention new slasher mode was apparently not out yet, so I'm not really gonna bother mentioning anymore on that, really. Then yes, what I might have already mentioned. Whatever. Oh, and yes. Apparently the Beast versus Slasher. Apparently. That's broke. Come on. Yeah, Beast versus Slasher is 4 times. It looks like plus you are getting an extra 2 times on it, apparently. So definitely probably will hit a couple 100,000 an hour, or like maybe more towards like a few 100,000 somehow. 4 times on that, maybe. And it seems each week with rotating adversary modes, each adversary mode is pretty much going to have 4 times as well for the next month or so. So for the 4 times plus, of course. So. All the free mode events return, of course, like the possessed animal one, like I saw earlier with the possessed animal. I was like around here. A lot of those return, if not all of them, then like a lot of them. If not, yes, all of them, then a lot of them, yes, do return, of course. With some maybe appearing later, like UFOs, of course. Oh, you fucking tongue. Twist the ass, bro. Shit, come on. Turn it on. Come on. Fuck. It looks like Ghost Exposed is back. Looks like Ghost Exposed is back, at least now or later. One of those two. So that might be around right now. And then Jack-o'-lanterns look to be available all month long, particularly, apparently. Which kind of says, not challenges though, but collectibles, daily collectibles, right? Yes. Trick or Treat is back, apparently, for the Jack-o'-lanterns, apparently, for the entire month of October, it looks like. Alright. So as a reminder, the weekly challenge this time around is again survive 2 waves in a survival without dying for increased 2 times amount for $200,000. And you do also get a clothing item, of course, which was for this week is apparently the brown vintage zombie mask. Remember, that's one of the free for the Vinewood Undead Collection. It's one of free for that, apparently, alongside weeks 2 and 3 for the next 2 weeks. I do want to kind of go over week 4 and week 5 since they already bring them up. I do, yes, kind of want to go over weeks 4 and 5, of course, since they kind of bring them up on the newswire, of course. Now, they're not for the... Now, yes, weeks 4 and 5 are not for the Vinewood, like, Undead Collection, but since they bring them up, of course, I'll bring it up anyways, of course. Apparently, it's kind of a harder version of week 1's for week 4 for October 23rd. October 29th will be survive 4 ways in a survival without dying. To earn GTA money, $200,000 in the gray jumping spider mask. And then finally, the week 5, apparently October 30th to November 5th. That is apparently win 1 adversary mode. Apparently the same as week 3, it looks like. And I'll get you $200,000 in the gray hooded skull mask for those last 2 weeks, for weeks 4 and 5, without the requirement of the Vinewood Undead Challenge to worry about, or at least mystery to worry about. So interesting. God, fuck ass, damn you, fuck ass, hurt. Fuck ass, God, bro. Fuck. Alright, and then last thing on Newswire kind of looks to be the Halloween community series. At least for Halloween themed stuff that I'm going to go over this week. Not counting that new mode that I thought would be the title for this week, but turns out it's not even in the game yet, so I'll have to choose another title and maybe still week 16 editions. Maybe. But yeah, Howling Community Series. The Community Series is getting in on the Frightful Antics this month too, featuring new jobs each week, including costumed death matches, haunted racetracks.
Listen to me. You don't pick up the phone to him anymore.
Shervera,
I'm coming
1980.
You're not sitting there.
And Tricks 74,
I'll bring cake.
strewn with pumpkins and coffins, and a gargantuan course designed by the talented Mr. __, possibly before leaving Kepson. Alright, so that's what's going on for featured series, or not featured series, not featured series again, but the Howling Community Series, for not all. So it seems it will be on a weekly rotation. I think last time there was like a King to Hill or something that was new, so it's probably going to be a race, I'm guessing, for what's new this time. Maybe like a death match next time or something. They're still going up like the Race and Combat Series every other week or whatever. They're still kind of doing that, but or holiday stuff, but whatever. Fuck, that's hurting though. Come on. Fuck. Yes, I did not mean to go career, but to go online, of course. Not the extra fervor. Mini jobs. Okay, there is some variety actually. It looks like here possibly. So they have Hollywood apparently, the City 5, the Dark Ride, and it looks like there might be a new one here for this Mr. Underscore Kebson one that was being mentioned earlier. The Toy Cars Garden Inns apparently. Toy Cars. Hyphen Garden Inns apparently. Or is this even Halloween themed? Like what? Like bruh. And I assume all these were in here already before. If that one's new, they only really do one map anymore. It seems they only really do one map anymore. But if for some reason one seems to be new for other players, let me know. Of course. Seems that was it basically. So we'll play the Toy Cars hyphen Garden Ants. Sure. Any other 2 times apparently. Yeah, race stuff is what, like 16k I think before they did 50% boost or something on 2 times I believe. 50% more on that would be like 24-25k for 8-10 minutes solo in a race. Obviously you get more when you play with other players and whatnot, where it's actually competitive, of course. So if you want to make your real money, you have to play against other players. Fuck, I started you, bro. Come on. If you want to make your real money, obviously play with other players. But it's not reliable to get good money, of course, since obviously races can always go one way or the other, of course. Whatever. Obviously, I just want to do one lap to try it, I think. Is that the airport, apparently? Okay. Locked to the off-road class, apparently. Interesting. Locked to high traffic for some reason. Even though it might be in the air anyways, it might not even end up mattering. I don't know if they just W on the thing here, so maybe you can't use the monstrosity or the fireball ASP, unfortunately. Yeah, custom vehicles restricted. Ketchup's apparently advanced medium at the fall, but can be changed. Can yes be changed. And then slipstream's on. And then yes, slipstream is default on, but can be turned off as well. Based on Go is default on, it seems. Okay. This one does look lap time enough, I would say, honestly, but it is in the airport area, so top speed might be a consideration, especially if it's on the ground, but stunt races are usually on props, so honestly, maybe I'll just go lap time focus, of course. Okay, so you can use the Draugr, which I think is pretty much the best non-HSW option, I believe. Tell. Pretty good too, I believe, actually, on a lot of time. Trophy truck. Kind of like an older Rattel, so it has fallen off more than the Rattel sure has. Definitely in the last couple of years or so. There's a regular Desert Raid, so I must not have a custom Desert Raid then. But that seems like it should be usable if you have a custom Desert Raid. Which is not too much further off than a trophy truck. Those two are pretty comparable for the trophy truck Desert Raid performances. I'm sure they could maybe hold up still kind of fine these days as well. Non-custom Drogger, non-custom Rattel, non-custom trophy truck, and that's it. Apparently, just those 4 vehicles. Just those 4 vehicles. I believe the Drogger is the one if you want the best of lap time. I believe. I'll check on the spreadsheet. I think right now, just in case, just in case. I'll actually check my stream now. Oh yes, actually check my stream right now too, just in case. Alright, stream's still running fine, of course, as expected. Alright, yeah, Drogger is the best non-HSW lap time indeed. Okay, but Tell is also top 10 for lap time. Okay. Desert Raid Trophy Truck are actually out of top 10 now for lap time top speed, apparently. Yeah, for both metrics, apparently, as well. Wow, okay. So it seems you want to mostly use either the Drogger or the Rattel, most likely if you want to do good on this one. Apparently. Rattel might have a top speed advantage, just slightly. Wow, the Drogger has a good lap time advantage, it seems, perhaps. So I'm using my custom Drogger, okay. Not surprised, of course. Pretty much knew I was going to go with that before I was talking about all that, but still. Truck horn or something on this. I don't actually know what I have for a horn on this, but okay. 40 checkpoints, apparently. Okay. Actually has dirt sections on here too, which I already like this one. Makes you have to strategize a bit, perhaps. Grassy parts there. So this must actually be on the airport ground after all. Just a props, obviously, though. Might have undershot that a little bit, though. Like earlier, worrying about overshooting the checkpoint, by the way. Okay, I didn't land the worst there. Awesome. Oh shit. I fell. No. What the fuck? I wasn't expecting that. With the height difference, I can't even see the height the greatest here. Really expect to fall, quite frankly. Oh shit, it's a parkour now. Okay. Is there actually parkour stuff with this vehicle and stuff here now? Yeah, you have to go through the fire and stuff. I guess that's a little Halloween. I guess that's a little bit Halloween right there, I guess. A fire now. Just for fun's sake, back up to here. Why the fuck not? Yeah, let's hurry up off and okay, parkour on this par. Oh shit. Okay, I actually didn't go too terrible. That actually not go too terribly. Okay. Let's say that just solid as fuck, I wonder. Probably. So probably not just ran into them and break something, I'm guessing. From the, like, prop or whatever. Thinking. Third. Might have been an area that actually go to land on third. Yeah, world records are always pretty much impossible at mine, and they're always like cheap and stuff. Wow. Oh shit, what the fuck? Hit the bottle. Sponsored bottle. Had like 2 from that, I think. It must have been something else. But yo, I didn't actually fall out the pipe there. That was pretty sick. That was pretty sick. I actually thought I was gonna fall out that pipe initially or whatever. Oh shit. Okay, I actually made it. Okay, cool. Well, for some adjustments, I actually made it. Cool. I wouldn't say I did too many adjustments. I actually could have fell out of there. Yeah, that's fair. I am definitely really liking this race 100%. I think it's actually pretty fun one. It's actually definitely pretty fun one. Now, I didn't really say if these were exclusive, I think, as far as I can tell, for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and but usually they are exclusive nowadays, so don't be surprised if you don't see these on the legacy platforms of PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC, and Legacy, by the way. For, like, this new one, of course. Yeah, I definitely don't remember playing this one before, so this one definitely is new, and not just a glitch of the checkmark not being on there or something. That was pretty fun. Sure. This one's a variety one, of course. As I kind of mentioned, they were going to do like seasonal variety ones. Seems that's what they're doing after all here. Since you have both, since for once you have both races and death matches, of course. Like combat stuff. Alright, challenge. I'm gonna speak for a daily challenge on the community, surely. And right, I was going to think the 8,580. The 8,580, yes. I saw Team T out, so that's why it's out still. And Pegasus helicopter went away, I guess, apparently, because of doing that too. Whatever. So that was the Gargantuan course, apparently. It seems at the end of that paragraph I was reading. Which, yeah, it was pretty fun, not gonna lie. Might have been one of the best things I played, actually, with any of the ones they put on there. With all those narrow passages to go through. The fire section was cool, and that was one thing I even made it Halloween, I feel, quite frankly. But, yeah. That was enjoyable, for sure. And yeah, there's the featured series stuff I guess they revealed. I could mention more of, I guess. October 9th to October 15th apparently will be Judgment Day instead. But it looks like Judgment Day, yes, will be replacing Beast vs. Slasher for the next event for October 9th, October 15th. October 16th to October 22nd will be Slasher, the new Ramius Submarine one that's due to come out. Looks like in the next couple weeks. It seems all will come out week 3 of this week 5 Halloween kind of feature thing, whatever. Looks like October 23rd, October 29th is going to be Condemned, and October 30th to November 5th, then yes, October 30th, November 5th is Slasher, and that includes the new Ramius Submarine one apparently as well for week 5. It's like week 3 and week 5 for sure, at least will feature not all. Since apparently it doesn't feature this one event. Though they did mention a new one, of course, on the main menu, so kind of weird, but still. Again, those are 2 times for each of those individual weeks, 4 times plus apparently. But I don't think I'm mentioning a whole like dedicated section for the Romulus slasher or whatever. I don't think I'm doing that until like it fully comes out though. Oh, and also the Ludendorff, whatever. Cemetery Survival apparently will be 3 times money RP apparently when it returns October 23rd to November 5th for 2 weeks, it looks like. So it looks like for the older survival. So I mentioned that at least. 2 other vehicle discounts it kind of mentions on the news wire. Or also there is a property discount. I kind of want to show that actually. And I might even actually be doing that later. Right, Square for CO. Yeah, Project Breakaway file apparently is the FIB priority file for the like priority file feature where each week there's a different theme basically, or the 2 times. So this event week's 2 times is Project Breakaway. Now not directly tied to the event as far as I can tell, however, it's just kind of a mechanic. Okay, sorry, bro. Come on. Fuck. As far as I can tell, they're not directly tied to event severed. It's just kind of a mechanic where one is like 2 times each event, and you can only do like 1 time or whatever. So now I want to go over to the salvage yard. So I can go over to the salvage yard robberies for the week. So yes, I can go over to salvage yard robberies for the week. Right, fine. We got there all proper and everything.
Everything good? Take it easy.
Again, I always find ironic this came out after Dangerous Mercenaries, which put CO and MC from 2 menus to 1 menu and like having them for like laptops and stuff.
All cool?
And this update didn't really do that, and it was after that, ironically. Since I had to manually register there, of course. Alright, no claimable vehicle this time apparently, and it is the Albany Hermes, the Albany Roosevelt Valor, and the Benefactor Elm 87, whatever. God damn, yeah, fuck it, it's hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. But yes, that's going on to GT Series videos coming post apparently here. Omni Hermes from Doomsday Heist DLC, Fast Prize 2017 vehicle. That was a free vehicle before. That also returns from the 3D universe of GT games, which is pretty cool, of course. From like Grand Theft Auto Vice City and whatnot. Apparently it features in, as a standard range vehicle for the week here, it features in the Duggan robbery, apparently, which is that one at the arena. Has max sell value of $267,000, and then salvage value of $213,600. And then after that, of course, it's going to be the Albany Roosevelt Valor, which was the 2016 version of the Roosevelt that had like the extra customizations, had like the crazy like amount, like a lot of extra customization options. From the Be My Valentine update, I think was like February 2016, I want to say on that one. No, not one. A couple years after the original one. Couple years after the original one, I believe. Seems apparently to be part of the Gangbanger robbery. Seems yes, that's part of the Gangbanger robbery for the mid-tier vehicle here, whatever. Yes, it's part of the Gangbanger robbery. Having max sell value of $337,000, as well as salvage value of $260, as well as a salvage value $269,600. God damn it, you fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. Again, max sell value for $7,000 and then salvage value $269,600. And then last but not least, seems to be the benefactor LM87. When was this added? Like Rhino Enterprises DLC or forget if it was out later. kind of forget, to be honest, but it was like the later on one-seater supercar that like succeeded the S80RR from like Damasceno Resort. But again, Damasceno Resort had like the S80RR, I think that was one-seater. This was kind of like the successor to it in a way, in terms of like when it came out in GT Online, and like it was serving like the same purpose and being like better, basically. Being better, basically. God, yeah, fuck ass hurting you, bro. Come on. Fuck. Holy hell, quite frankly, you're being a pain in the ass right now. Fuck, it's hurting you, God. But again, SARR came out in Damasceno Resort, and then this one came out, I think, with like Crown Prize or something around there. I think this one, for the top range vehicle here, is part of the podium robbery, apparently. Yes, it is. Cena one, of course. And it has a max sell value of $402,000, and its salvage value is $321,600. Okay. So that's the lineup for the salvage yard this time. The sun is done.
You all good? Catch you later.
Alright, so I think that should be it. Sites for the stash house, the HSW time trial, and like any sort of like discount stuff to go through. I think still. And yeah, if I didn't mention, by the way, it's the final week to claim the Oktoberfest gifts, but I think I kind of mentioned that. Anyways. Yeah, possess the animals random event. I did find it. Apparently, I just wasn't able to get to the animals since it appeared like after I got that car club and going to the gun bin initially. I think. Yeah, possess the animals random event did return. It did return. Yeah, Halloween masks, face paints, bobbleheads, apparently, and more Halloween like clothing things and stuff return. Yeah, the LCC Sanctus and the Albany Frankenstein's return. Again, this seems to be the only login thing for that Mid-Autumn Festival. That's the only thing tied to that, apparently. And the final week stuff is for logging in to receive the Pisswasser Good Time Tea. Red and black on the Pisswasser teas. And limited time Pisswasser livery for the Everhard Titan 250D. 250, 250D, whatever. Arena War outfits are apparently 30% off, apparently. Again, Arena War outfits, it's the outfits that are... Again, Arena War outfits are the outfits, of course, tied to the Arena Workshop and all that, of course, for that update, that update. And trust me, those outfits are really expensive, I remember, so that's a good one to take advantage of, if I remember right. 100%, those are some of the most expensive outfits, if I remember right. That's good. I think that was what kind of got me stopping, like, grinding Cayo Perico finally, after, like, finally getting, like, all the vehicles, everyone, like, back when it was, like, really good and stuff, and I finally got, like, enough for everything I wanted and everything back then. That was what broke my camel's back or something for finally wanting to, like, stop grinding Cayo Perico. Like, I wasn't doing it, like, daily, but when I did grind it, I would grind it, like, hardcore, and it'd be, like, the only thing I'd play and stuff. And now I regret it because they nerfed it. It's not good anymore. Like, it is good, it's just got, like, all kinds of measures in place. You can't overly grind it, I guess, and stuff. Not being so efficient like it used to be. But yes, seems from there it's pretty much vehicle discounts. That's for property discount, really. And I think the property discount is pretty apparent with what I was going over earlier for the business being. Which, yeah, that's a spoiler, sure. But, yeah, I think it was apparent before that. What was likely going to be a bit of bunkers, apparently. Farmhouse, I believe, is the most expensive. Wow. That one's the money icon is definitely the cheapest since it's free to criminal enterprise. Since it's free to criminal enterprise, the starter pack is definitely the cheapest one for sure. And hold on, actually, let me see that again. Maybe. Yeah, 2,000,000 for 75,000, 1,006,600. 1,062,500 $700, like 13K, 712,000, like 500, I think for the savings. Most expensive up to basic property, renovations, upgrade modifications, whatever. Have the 30% off as well. At least for the ones on the website, at least yes, the ones on the website. So it's like 290,000 to 287,000 off bunker style, up to just complete cosmetic anyways. So yeah. Personal quarters 265,000, 185,500. Like, what's it called? 80. 79 to like 80ish K, like 79,500 or something, maybe off of the personal quarters, which lets you spawn at the property, which is definitely a good thing to get if you wanna grind up bunker as efficient as possible. Probably get that the personal. If yes, you want to grind a bunker like consistently as easily as possible, then yeah, you probably do want that personal quarters, of course, close quarters. Black shooting range going from 740 to 518,000. Apparently. Fuck ass. Body though. Running and shit. Fuck. Yeah, 740,000, 518,000. Really. 222,000 looks like off there. If you get the black one, white one that's more expensive. All white one, yes, it's more expensive. All apparently. 845,000 to 591,500. Okay. 250. Free. Yeah, 253,000. $500 or something. It looks like off or whatever. Okay. And then gun locker. Got your fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. Fuck. The gun locker. You have these, they're pretty much like a lot of other properties. There's definitely cheaper ones that come with a property without like a secondary purchase, arguably, so I wouldn't really go for this one if you care for just one of them, that is. If you want to collect all the gun lockers, sure, but if you just care for one, then I wouldn't really advise this particular one. Either way though, 175,000, 122,500 is like 52,500 or something off. Cool. No, transportation. God fucking damn it, you fucking turn, you know. Come on. Fuck. And yes, transportation. Apparently 85,000, 59,500, 25,500 it looks like for Caddy 1. Then Caddy 2 looks to be $36,000 off as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell here. A lot of good stuff. You're looking at like 2.5, 2.6 million on the property. It looks like I'm the most expensive as well. Not bad per se. Say you take away the gun locker for some reason. 2,450,000. So like 2.5 million, maybe. True. From there, honestly, I probably wouldn't take away stuff. I didn't mention much on the shooting range yet, but it actually does increase your throwable capacity if you get it. If you do like a certain amount of challenges up to a certain point, you actually get your throwables like increased by like 5, which is a good benefit to have if you use a lot of throwables. Of course, like sticky bombs or something. So there is actually a good benefit to having a shooting range for that. So you may notice mine are like at 30 and stuff, like grenades and sticky bomb. I think these are usually limited to 5, but you can have 10 with the +5 increase. So these should usually be 10, I think, but you can get it to 15, I believe, with that increase. Tear gas, 2530. Molotov cocktail was 2530. Yeah, that benefit can be pretty good, especially if you use a lot of throwables. So that's why I do suggest machine range, by the way. Like, I know obviously the shooting stat gets increased pretty easily, I'm pretty sure it's like even about that, but yeah, for that reason, you want to possibly increase your throwable capacity. That's a good way to do that. Pretty much the only way to do it as well, even for those challenge things, for the bunker shooting. Alright, from there, I think it's just vehicle stuff, pretty much. I don't think there's anything for the arena, so I Saturday all. Alright, sorry it took a while, but yeah, I was kind of wondering what vehicles are Benny's and what not. But yeah, I don't think Benny's does anything either. I think Aludis actually has something, at least a couple things, in fact. Even newest thing on the website, apparently, with a discount. I don't actually know if it's been on discount before, maybe, but yeah. So, yeah. Last update's Duster 300H, apparently. From Agent Sabotage DLC has a 30% off discount, apparently. All vehicles apparently aside for the Everhard Titan 250D for a discount will be 30% off, by the way, in case I don't mention it any further. Yeah, Western Duster 300H, whatever. Customizable version of the Duster, kind of like a Mark II Duster, which is cool, with like engine upgrades, like performance, all that kind of stuff, like handling, all that kind of jazz. It does also get front-mounted machine guns on it too, so it does have a little bit of firepower, and it's still weaponized on the description, of course. But it is a plane though, so not as easy to land and stuff as it would be for like a helicopter, so it's not going to be the easiest thing to grind, but because it is a plane, it does have some better grinding capabilities, arguably, than the Chevy 700W that I mentioned earlier. I would say maybe would at least I would maybe say this is actually better for grinding than the Chevy 700W, at least, since it can fly at least. Now this might have a trade price on it, I might forget, it might be tied to like arms trafficking or something, I want to say, for the trade price. On trade price though, I think it's 765,000, obviously, to like 5,500, yes. 30, or 29,500, 229,500 for the savings, and not the greatest of the savings, but it's pretty cheap already, so that's not surprising, so. It's a okay, fine-ish aircraft for 500K, I would say, 100%. Might need more like $1 million to modify it. Might be wanting at least $1 million, like 1.1 million to modify it with upgrades and stuff though, of course, but yes. Basic price probably goes for like $1 million or a little under, maybe like 900K-ish or something, I would think, without the trade price, by the way, since again, I think it does have a trade price. Another aircraft that for weaponry for the most part has just just has front-mounted machine guns. So I think it has bombs as well. I think for this one. I think this one actually does have a bomb bay though, whereas the Duster does not. I believe. Yeah, on a trade price it's 850,000, 595,000. On yes, trade price 850,000, 595,000. 200, like $55,000 off pickup in this one. Not the most, but again, it's pretty cheap on trade price. Anyways, only being like a little tad more expensive than the Duster 300H, and arguably something a bit better functionality-wise and stuff as well. Yes, the name does suggest it is actually amphibious as well, so it does get the land in water. It does yes get the land in water, which is cool. Which is cool. Fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. Fuck. This name does suggest it is amphibious, so it can't land on water, which is cool. In fact, you wouldn't be able to think of it, but like it can actually do super hard landings as well for the most part in water too. Like you would think the propeller would be a lot more like you would think the propeller would be like a lot more susceptible to hard landings, but apparently it's not. So you can actually do some pretty hard landings with it, which is good. Yeah, pretty fun aircraft to do for amphibious missions. It might be the most amphibious aircraft in terms of not taking damage when you're doing hard landings and stuff. However, I still think the Sea Sparrow on the average is arguably better when it comes to grinding content, when it comes to amphibious missions though, since it has missiles, which is obviously the best weapon type pretty much to grind content on average. So I do find the Sea Sparrow on average for amphibious missions would be better, but if you're fine getting out the aircraft or something and think you're good with the guns and like the bombs and stuff, this is a good option to consider for amphibious missions. And then for the guns, it is on each wing, I believe, so the guns are pretty spaced out on this one. So just be aware of that, of course. Just be aware of that, of course, was worse. So yes. Do not forget to account for the spacing of the guns. Since the reticles in the center, I believe the guns, of course, shoot away from the reticles since they're on the side of each wing. When you're shooting the guns, of course. Yeah, Sea Sparrow, or not Sea Sparrow, I was talking about that. I was just comparing it to that earlier, though. Yes. The Sea Breeze is an absolutely amazing aircraft to have access to, 100%. And yeah, this and the other one you do need to own a hangar, by the way, as I just got reminded looking at this one. So you need to own a hangar for both of the ones on discount here. They're not Pegasus vehicles at all. You have to dedicate a slot from the hangar for them. Which isn't really a worry when you have like 35 slots, 40 if you have plus for a plus 5, 35, 40, but still. In case you're running out of slots for some reason, you don't want to get forbidden or something. Just be aware of that, obviously. I don't even think there's 35 custom aircrafts in the game though, so it shouldn't be an issue if you're able to increase space. That's the last update, as long as you use Mackenzie. So I think you do need to buy the Mackenzie hangar for the extra space though, just keep in mind. Which is another property that we need to get more space for. And it looks like the Miljet actually is also on discount. Okay. 16-seater aircraft apparently. It used to be a big deal until literally like last update, Agent Sabotage, I feel, where it's not really as much of a deal anymore. So since you have the Titan 250P and the DH-7 Iron Mule, which are arguably both better aircrafts that also seat 16 players now in the last update, but yes. And I think you even had the service vehicles before that could arguably fit a good bit as well, I think, same thing. Yeah, 1.7 million. I don't think there's a trade price for this, by the way. No trade price, I believe. Since trade prices like only started like I think the trade prices pretty much got started with import export. This was a 2014 vehicle here, I believe. So yeah, no trade price on this, I believe. 1.7 million, 1,099,000. That is $510,000 off sale there for the 30% off. And yeah, this one doesn't have weapons, so I'll probably go over performance on this one. So for this Pegasus aircraft, this one does not require the hangar like the other two discounts do. But yeah, no hangar required for this one. It's a Pegasus vehicle, just keep in mind, of course. Yeah, Miljet though is 24th place for lap time and 19th place for top speed. Looks like there is 39 planes in the game. However, I don't think it accounts for the 2 in Agent Sabotage, so I think really there's 41 planes, I think really there's 41 planes. No, actually. Which, yeah, 24th place no matter what is just not good enough for a good lap time. 19th place. 1 point could maybe better top speed, but I wouldn't think that 250D would be better top speed. I don't think so. Maybe though, since it has engine upgrades. Maybe since it has engine upgrades it could be though. But I don't think so regardless, honestly. So I think it's at least above average for top speed for the class, technically speaking. It definitely can be interesting. If you have a fuck ton of friends to play with or something for some reason, then it's probably interesting to transport aircraft that's like about it, to be honest. On the bright side though, since it is Pegasus, there's no storage limit, so you can actually own as many of them as you want, which is nice. Which is nice. After that is a legendary, which sure would definitely have some stuff on here. Surely. Legendary usually always has discounts. If not, then I'll obviously just move on to the website, but yeah. But actually back there now, it's on discount. At least for the legendary motorsport website. Now, this does not have a trade price, I'm pretty sure. Gun running trade prices are pretty much the military vehicles that updated, of course. But yes, SS. 1,535,000, 1,500. Like 60,500, 460-ish, 1,500 or whatever I was kind of saying earlier. I believe that should be about the savings on that. Believe. Yeah, supercar, surely. It used to be a top dog, I think, until like the Dynasty Resort update, I think, where it's not really as much anymore, but it might still be like top 10 somehow. By the way, for the planes, there was no tier for the planes. There was no like letter tier to go over, just so people know on that. Since I didn't mention a tier, just so people know. No. In the case of the Miljet, of course. But yeah, going back to supers though, like going back to focusing on getting back to car class or something, or like at all in the stream. Again, like I was saying, it was kind of relevant before, but not as much anymore. Apparently it's B tier. According to Bruffy apparently according to Bruffy 1322's like spreadsheet, vehicle spreadsheet. Looks like the Wagner is apparently in the B tier for supercar class, which gives it 11th place for lap time and 18th place for top speed. So with HSW's account, it wouldn't even break top 10 for top speed anyways, it looks like. But it would for lap time, apparently. So this is effectively top 10 as long as you're on PlayStation 4, as long as on PC Legacy, like 100% all the time. So it can be a very good investment on those platforms, especially on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, PC, and ES. It could be top 10 as long as it's just like enabled on a particular race or something. For whatever reason, because of race host, race creator, whatever. So it actually kind of could be a good investment, especially on the older platforms. Like I was kind of suggesting maybe it could be the case. And it is at least above average for both metrics, no matter what though, at least. Between the 64 supercars in the game or whatever. Alright, it's also apparently for another supercar, the Pegasi Osiris, apparently. From Ill-Gotten Gains Update Part 1. Now this vehicle actually does appear in the single player. It is an older DLC vehicle, so you can actually test it out in the single player before you actually get it, or on the line if you wanted to. Yeah. 1,950,000, 1,965,000 is apparently $585,000 off, I want to say, on that. 600K would be 1,350, of course. See, I think $585,000 off on this one. The Osiris according to spreadsheet looks to be in the E tier. Apparently giving it a 31st place for lap time. And a 46th place for top speed. Okay, so top speed is no doubt below average in the class. Again, with 64 vehicles in the game, it is basically just barely hanging on by a thread for above average for the class for top for lap time. And at most would be in like high 20s, like 27th or something, I believe, or lap time out of like 60 or something. Not the greatest, but at least above average for the class on that metric. Yeah, honestly, it's just in single player. You might as well just skip this one, I feel. If you are getting a supercar between those two, definitely make it the Wagner, 100%. But again, even the Wagner is not the greatest in the newer platforms, particularly, but it still can be fun in the older platforms. So let's put it back for gun running. Alright, fuck, I turned it, bro. Come on. Fuck. Jugular apparently is on discount. Okay. Only 4-door electric motorsport vehicle on discount with Swedish Jugular. Okay. Yeah, Ocelot Jugular. Actually, I believe it's one of the best 4-door sport cars in the game. I mean, a 4-door does mean it takes a hit on the performance, though. Just keep that in mind, though, obviously. But yeah, I don't have the trade price yet, but it's Casino Restore or Heist, so it's probably tied to the Casino Heist 100%. But now, 1,225,500, apparently. Like 68, 9-ish thousand. 300-ish, like that, maybe, all. So like 360-ish K off, maybe, for buy now. Thinking I'm seeing right, I think, at least. I think at least. Trade price, 200. 205-ish. 200, like 65-ish or something. something like that ish, but like somewhere between like 250 like 270k or something on the chair price. Just something I haven't spent forever on like those two different price things, whatever. Just want to approximate there, of course. But yeah, you can get as low as from like 900k to 600ish kid. It's pretty fine. Pretty fine for one of the best four-door sport cars I believe in the game. Clean up pricing and stuff, and pretty fine for that. Not to mention, this vehicle also appeared in the past for 2D Universe games, I believe, for like Grand Theft Auto 1, I think. I think Grand Theft Auto 1, like GTA 1, the very first GTA game, I think, had this vehicle in the past, so it is a retro nostalgic vehicle as well, which is cool. If you like to collect the older school vehicles in the game, then 100% is a good one for that, at least, too. But yeah, going to sports class for performance for 152's vehicle spreadsheet. Obviously, again, a lot of the top tier ones are going to be two-door sport cars, so yeah, it does take a hit on the performance, obviously, since it's four-door. Looks like it does get into C tier, though. Which apparently gets it 19th place for lap time, as well as 29th place top speed out of like 117 sports cars. At best, it'd be like 23rd and 13th, basically, apparently. With taking away HSW, of course, they're just still out of top 10 for full metrics, but only by a couple, several at least. Yeah, Juggler, again, I believe is definitely one of the best, if not even the best four-door sports car in the game, even for a lap time situation, at least. Maybe it's different for top speed, of course, maybe going to like something like the Vista or something, not 100% there. Yeah, 100%, I'm pretty sure that's the best four-door sport car for lap time. Or 100% it's the best four-door sports car for lap time, so it can be a good option for heists in particular, definitely, absolutely 100%. Oh, and I didn't really, I mean, I kind of mentioned the trade price, but I didn't like, confirm it yet. Yeah. You have to have the vehicle selected as getaway vehicle from like doing the like getaway like prep work, basically. You do not have to touch the getaway vehicle at all, which I do not advise. I advise using like a police vehicle, you know, like the racetrack with the police vehicle. I find that to be the most efficient personally, just using the police vehicle on the racetrack and just get out of it. Since there's a part you can just drive over into like the storm drain area or something. But yeah, that's how you get the trade price regardless, though. And yeah, in the last couple updates, it did get this lock-on jammer available. Now, I don't think this vehicle ever actually got vaulted. It was probably just one of the ones where on the website they just gave a lock-on jammer to in the last couple updates, I think. But if it was vaulted, it got unvaulted, got added on lock-on jammer regardless, though. But yeah, very retro nostalgic vehicle from the very first Grand Theft Auto game, apparently on the Jugular, which is cool. No motorcycles on discount on this site, okay. I think that was probably it for this website, honestly. Yes. More stock. Has at least a Titan 250D for like the third week in a row. But again, this is already on discount for 2 weeks in a row. But basically, Autopilot did get nerfed, but it does have explosive guns that are all on the left side, so just go on the right side if you're trying to avoid getting attacked by this vehicle, by the way. But yeah, it's 25 millimeter, 40 millimeter, under 5 millimeter. 25 millimeters got 30 shots, and it's very good for taking out vehicles, apparently. Since it's 30 explosive shots after all, so the count can matter a lot for that, obviously. 40 millimeter the pilot can use while they're piloting, which is kind of the only like really good thing about 40 millimeter. 40 millimeter is probably the worst cannon size for that at all. And 105 millimeter is like a mini orbital cannon shot, which is good for taking out players, obviously, because it's good for taking out players with orbital cannon. With that auto target bullshit, that can be used in free mode, of course. Not on the actual plane itself, obviously, but yeah, that's basically weapons right there. Yeah, pretty good vehicle. You know, autopilot got nerfed. It's just a fun vehicle to still mess around with for the explosive guns, at least. That's the quick way of going through it, of course, since it was available for the 2 previous weeks for discounts. I didn't want to spend too much time on it, of course. God, yeah, fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. Might be it on this website for all I know, actually. Not 100%. I haven't looked the hardest. Since the Rockstar Newswire didn't actually have the discounts for the most part on there, and I have to use the GT Series Game codes for it, I don't really know 100% to be fair yet. Still. The Insurgent's Prime non-discount just glitched up at the moment for Insurgent pickup in particular, of course. Buzzard, I don't necessarily think is on discount, just glitched up. I yes, don't think Buzzard's on discount, just glitched up. Yes, Frodo, come on. Alright, yeah, it's not. So yeah, I think the ongoing for 3 weeks now discount is celebrate delivery for Oktoberfest. Heightened 250D, I think is the only one for this event, it seems. I have to imagine there's no boat recycling discount like usual, like usual though. Yeah, I checked and apparently not. Okay, I think there's like 6 vehicle discounts left, it seems, at most, as far as I can see. It just took me a while to narrow down which ones I still had left, maybe, but still. And again, I think they should all be 30% off still, of course, like I kind of said earlier, So, for Los Santos Tuners DLC, there's apparently the Vapidummer GTT, apparently. And I think just this update, they gave it the lock-on jammer. It was another one of those where it wasn't removed from the website. I don't think any tuners ever got removed from the vehicle website. But yeah, I got a lock-on jammer at this update apparently, I believe, which is cool. 915,000 on a trade price, by the way. $640,500 is 74,500 or something. I believe so. And yeah, it's muscle car. It's actually the worst of the two muscle car class ones for two muscle class as well. So I definitely would not probably be using this for street pursuit races. Probably definitely not. If you're going to use a muscle car, use it down their ASP, which at best I think was like average or something if I remember right. And even then, since then, that was with the initial release of the update with the Jerky didn't account. And then since then, you have like the just our wide body, the Hardy, ones that are taking like top placements for some new options. So I don't really think that one's necessarily most worth it to use either at this point. So if anything, I'd use this for robbery contracts, which it does have a rear louver on the back, so you definitely could use it pretty effectively for robbery contracts, since you can actually put some in to block the back window, which is nice, which is nice. So it can actually be nice for robbery contracts, but you have better options like the regular just RR, which they don't even let you use the new options cars are here for robbery contracts. You actually cannot use a Hardy, I think, so it actually would be the best option apparently still for top speed, I think, for robbery contracts, which is RR, which is just pretty much a much better option to be using for those even as well anyways, but still. At least it is good for something for the robbery contracts, so that's always good. And yeah, for the actual muscle car class, since the muscle car ones can perform good for your main class, at least for the ASP it sure does, but not the GTT, probably not. Gardos, according to the spreadsheet, is at the top of the B tier, apparently, which gives it 14th place for lap time, as well as 34th place top speed, and there's like 86 muscle cars. And I think there's, what, like 5 muscle car HSWs at this point. Albeit, I think only 4 of them are actually better than it for lap time, with the Tampa GT being the only one below it for a lap time, for HSW in particular, of course. Apparently. So it would be 10th place at best for a lap time, which is top 10, just barely, of course, at the bottom spot. But yeah, that's pretty much mostly for PlayStation 4 as possible in PC Legacy. So I think it is still an alright, okay vehicle, honestly. It definitely is an okay, alright vehicle still, I would say, honestly. Still at least has the functionality of robbery contracts being good there, at least on any platform. So yeah, it is a good vehicle. I would definitely kind of advise picking this one personally. But the ASP, the ASP is just better though. If you care, if you just care for one muscle car HSW vehicle, the ASP is kind of just better, to be honest. So. You have the Bravado Hellfire, we don't have to that one. I forget if this has a trade price for Casino Heist or not. It might. And yeah, if I forgot to mention, the other one had a lock-on jammer, by the way, as well, for the previous one. I literally covered last, of course. Yeah, 745,000, around 21,500 on a possible trade price, I think. 223,500, I believe, on the savings there for sure. on this one now. Yes, never muscle car. Never muscle car, Except this one's not usable in tuner races since it obviously came out before tuners. Or before tuners. But apparently it looks like the Gauntlet Hellfire is at the bottom of the C tier for the muscle car class. Which would be 29th place apparently for lap time, as well as 13th place top speed apparently. Okay. So this is actually a pretty good vehicle for top speed. I would automatically put it to 8th place without HSW since L5 would be better for top speed since HSW is top speed. So yeah, 8th place top speed can actually be pretty alright decent. So this could actually be an alright vehicle to purchase, especially on PlayStation 4, so that's one PC Legacy without HSW benefit whatsoever. And yeah, obviously very much could, depending on like race situations, if like HSW is disabled for any reason on race by race host or something. Be good on the newer platforms too, for top speed. So it definitely can be a fine vehicle to pick up, I would say, this one. If I had to choose, I'd say the GTT would just be better though, since it has tuner functionalities, of course, with the tuner subclass. If I had to choose, it's just one of those, of course, but yes. And lap time is the more useful stat over top speed anyways, so that too. Okay. God damn it, man. Like, you all with your shitty running the van and shit, fucking causing me these health problems and shit, and you fucking be all bothering my ass, knocking my door and shit, like, fuck off, bitch. Fucking damn it. I was about to take off this headset, but nah, fuck that shit, honestly. Yeah, Mara Hearst I covered already, I'm pretty sure, since it was in the dealership, so... Yes. Pretty sure I eventually covered the actual performance numbers on them being on the dealership 100%, so I don't have to talk about that one then. Since I already did. Oh, the Hermes, okay. Hermes is up next, apparently. This vehicle, of course, like I mentioned, is a retro nostalgic vehicle when I was talking about it when it came to the salvage yard robberies, and it's apparently featured there. Not as a clean moto, but yes. It was in Doomsday Heights, which had a lot of weaponized stuff on trade price. I'm pretty sure it has no trade price, just be aware of that. So 535,000 to 304,100. Like what? 59,500, 100 from there, maybe. Yep, 159,500. I think on savings or something. Also, it's a lock-on chamber apparently as well. Okay. Hermes, I think, was probably just brought back this update. I think just this update got the lock-on chamber. I think. And yeah, I don't think Hellfire was removed, but I think it got lock-on chamber this update, last update. And Like, come on, you fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on, fuck, 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 fuck. Yeah. Yes. Yet another muscle car discount, it seems here, for the Hermes. Now, this one has been a festive gift, I think, for 2017, I think I said, when I was talking about it in the Salvage Yard, so... It has been made for free, so anything that's not free is kind of a ripoff, but, like, it's pretty cheap anyways, but, yeah. Where there's one in performance, though, again, it does previously feature in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, so it is one of those cool retro nostalgic vehicles, which I do like. But Hermes, apparently, though... Yeah, Hermes is in the E tier apparently for the muscle car class according to the spreadsheet, which apparently gives it 38th place for lap time, as well as a 32nd place for top speed. Apparently, at best it's 33rd place and like 27th it looks like, which yeah is at least above average for the class of the 86 muscle cars in the game. Or actually 88 muscle cars in the game, actually, but still. At least the other two were top 10 in the metric in some way, shape, or form, even if it's on like the legacy platforms only, but... Yeah, the Hermes, not quite the same. It doesn't hit top 10 anywhere, no matter what, even without just purely being on the legacy platforms, not the newer platforms with HSW. Yeah, 20's at best isn't the worst, of course, but again, the other two are just better. You have a fine, you have an okay outright option that can hit top 10 just barely from lap time. The GTT, you have one that can be single-digit top speed without HSW into account, or the Hellfire, so yeah. Those two muscle car discounts already, this one kind of just falls off unless you want it for retro nostalgic sakes. Also, I think there's like a hydraulic feature on this vehicle, so there's a couple things that this can do, or about it, that the other ones cannot have, I guess, but still. The other two are just much more valuable muscle cars. Tornado Rat Rod I should have already covered. I'm pretty sure with me eventually going over the actual performance numbers, I'm pretty sure. And then the Lurcher is definitely one I've not covered, not been Lurchering yet. Yeah, or altogether, I mean. Going from simply 650,000 to 455,000, apparently. So these might be $195,000 off, it looks like. No trade price, pretty sure on this. We have 30% off, 63,000, 405,000. That's definitely $195,000 off. Having the Ripper or the Hangman's great liveries, which you might be able to remove when you take it to... You might be able to remove delivery when you take it to a mod shop as well. Like kind of stunt vehicles, I forget, but still. Yeah, muscle car again, I believe. And this one's more for the themes. I guarantee this could even perform worse than the Hermes. And definitely won't be like top 10 anywhere, 100% pretty sure on that, though. But yeah, according to the spreadsheet, it's apparently at the bottom of the H tier. And that gives it 60th place for lap time. and 37th place for top speed. So it actually does have a below average lap time. It does get a below average lap time for the class in muscle car. It does, yes, get below average lap time for muscle car class. And at best, like 32nd place top speed, yeah. It's just not that great. Again, it's more for the game than anything really. Alright, then I think there's just 2 more then I believe to cover at this point. Discounts. God damn it. Fuck ass hernia, bro. Come on. Fuck. God, bro. That's it for 2 doors. It looks like okay. So other categories from there, man. For the last 2. What's up? Yeah, Frankenstein again was on a dealership, pretty sure, so it would have eventually covered those numbers, of course, scores. Alright, Everon apparently must be on sale. Okay. Is there really one more discount then, or did I miscount for some reason? Alright, yeah, there's one more. That's alright. That's alright. Now I see why. I'm not gonna say why, but I do see why for my own knowing, of course. It was this $1,106,250 to $774,375. $32-ish K there. 332K-ish, I think, around there. It looks like. Maybe 333-ish, 331K-ish or something. Somewhere around there, regardless for discount though. No. Yeah, this is off-road. This is off-road, just in the luxury section for the website, apparently, for whatever reason. For the regular Everon. Not to be confused with the Hot Ring one, which is sports, since it's Hot Ring, and so of course it gets put. So of course it got put in sports for the sport, like Hot Ring Everon, whatever. But anyways, the regular Everon here. It's probably at the bottom of the F tier for off-road, which is 22nd place off time as well as 14th place top speed. Which there's 2 off-road HSWs, which means 20th, and which yes means 20th place and 12th place at best. So it is a couple placements like out of top 10 for top speed at the absolute best, and that's or like a few otherwise, of course. And that's the best it gets for a performance metric. Literally, I was using the Dragon stream earlier for that race, and that's a much better option apparently. And it's even better for both metrics as well, lap time and top speed. So my recommendation would be something like the No, not the Everon, of course. My recommendation obviously would be like the Drager for a non-HSW. Pretty much. like I was using, of course, in the stream for the race. It was pretty much the one I had to kind of use. Yeah, again, I was already on this, and I think I covered everything I wanted here. It is also Dime Casino Heist, so I might have a trade price type to the getaway vehicle thing again, like the Jugular had when I went over to Jugular. It had that same kind of trade price. I think it might have that kind of trade price as well for Everon, Everon. Since it was out Dime Casino Heist, but still not sure. Not sure. God fucking, it's dimmy, it fucking is hurting, bro. Come on, fuck. The last but not least for discounts is pretty much the last Halloween vehicle for a discount, pretty much. Like all together, probably for like maybe like a month-ish time or something. Because it might be the last Halloween themed vehicle and I need to cover even here. And that is the LCC Sync This. Liberty City Cycles. Sync This. Being 1,995,000 to 1,396,500. Puts 1,500 away from 600K, so like 598, 500 or something. So discount for 30% off. Yeah, this vehicle has pretty unique red headlights. They did, of course, after the vehicle's release a couple years later, add colored headlights, but even then, I believe when I compared it with like the red headlights, when customizing it, I think it's a little bit of a different hue, I think, so it is still technically a slightly unique headlight, but yeah. So headlights are very unique on this vehicle, so I would definitely not recommend changing headlights in this vehicle. And then performance for the vehicle. It's a chopper, so I guarantee it's probably not going to perform the greatest for the motorcycles class, but it's another one of those where obviously it's more for the... It is obviously another one of those where it's meant more for the theme than it is for the actual performance of the vehicle, of course, for the helmet theming, of course. And yeah, motorcycles don't have a letter tier, so I don't have to cover. Like with the Miljet for planes for earlier. So no letter tier, so it's 21st place at lap time, 32nd place top speed. Only one HSW gets that best 20th and 31st, so... There's like 54 motorcycles in the game. No, 56 actually. It's 56 actually, apparently. Yeah, there's apparently 56 for motorcycles, apparently. So it is below average for top speed, but it is above average for lap time. But it is out to 10s outright entirely for the lap time. So yeah, I'd only get it for the theming of it, and like customization, all that kind of stuff, really. And yeah, that should have been it for discounts, apparently. Oh, actually, let me just check, just in case I'm stubborn. You know, it's not motorcycles. Yeah, that's it for that. And only like maybe 3 vehicles. I think the RCB and Dito and the go-karts were special, and those are on discount. Yeah, it's just okay. So I do want to do the stash house if I can. I'm kind of running out of time, to be honest. I do kind of have to go, I feel. But like HSW time trial, it's only like it's only the second one, so it shouldn't be that hard. And you know, last time focus vehicle, so turns the corner shouldn't be too difficult, hopefully. Plus, I think the Vigero CX purple, it is basically the same performance as the CX, should basically be tied for like number 2 top speed for muscle car, which is literally just being the GTI was already using last time. Not too worried about that in particular. I'm just worried about the stash. I was thinking it would be a bit too much time. With that though, okay, guard, cover the guard thing. I don't really care for the $707 like GoldenEye reference or like James Bond reference or whatever. Don't really care for that shit. Whatever. Again, I'm only using Timma GT right now, obviously, because it was the last vehicle I should have been using if I didn't have to customize the police bike. Since I didn't get to the stream before last stream, whatever, that's being said, I customized it to the anniversary stream. The 12-year anniversary stream that I did on Wednesday. Drive up, please. Oh my god, can we not spin out? I gotta kinda go here. Honestly, I don't know if I care to show off the zombie theme. They've kind of already did zombie themes and created before. And if I don't, I'll just show it off another stream, honestly, because it's fuck ass hernia has to fuck everything up for me anymore. And since yes, it's fuck ass hernia has to fuck everything up for me anymore, of course.
Not cool.
You're insane!
You
Oh shit. I wasn't sure if I was actually pulling it off or not, because I feel like there's a couple times before they can really do that for. Looking for that sticky note though, of course. Scores. Here it is. Okay, cool. 123.45 apparently, yeah. I kind of forgot what it was, but yeah, one easy one, of course, to get with the analog. Damn it, and I got 22 because I was talking and shit. That would probably happen anyways, to be fair. 47. And 45, kind of like a president of the United States right now. Ha 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 ha. Who was sure as shit a lot better than Biden. Again, like I kind of mentioned this stupid political text bullshit I get all the time anymore. That I didn't even sign the fuck up for at all. So I'm not even a leftist or nothing. But whatever. Alright, I got cocaine. My cocaine still needs stuff apparently. Okay. Must have just got really lucky. Must have just got real lucky before to get a bunch of bunker ones in a row, maybe. I guess. Plus, I might have sold cocaine, did not get a buff, I think, in this update. I could be wrong, though. Fuck ass, send me on the carefree phone call, fool. full. Oh my god, though. Fucking god. Fuck ass. Goddamn fucking god. You stupid ass. Hurting him, bro. Come on. Fuck. Let me at least do the HSW time trial without going on hella hard. Kindly, that'd be nice. Fucking hurt, you know. Ooh, fool. I don't got time. Seriously, dude. Seriously, though. Hey, so there's not to get hit there. Let's go. Oh, sheesh. That's a lot of. God damn. That's a lot of breaking. And I still didn't manage to stop in time. Fucking hell, I killed somebody too. I didn't expect that. Okay. Alright, so hopefully I remember where my Garrett's X Gribble is. Came out chop shit. Think it came. Ooh, tongue twisty.
What you want? Some wheels?
Tongue twisty ass bro, god damn it, man. Making it sound like it's that kind of one, but okay. Yes, though. I think it should be in my 50 car garage, I think, since it came out. Chop shop again. And I think all those are pretty much over there for me, I believe. Which is the one that I have text for, I believe, as well, to show off that feature when it first came out, I think. Yes.
Hey, I haven't seen you at the Epsilon training. You okay?
Let's see, man. When I'm literally repping it behind. Okay. Alright, here it is. Okay.
I'll get there as soon as I can.
Again, that is
I'll get
what
back
I
to work.
could, right? I believe so. And again, technically, it's the slightest bit of a different vehicle versus the regular Garrett CX. I held off on it for so long, obviously, because I didn't want to have to use it, but literally, I don't have much better choices, really, at this point. Either have to take silk mines off of something, do a proper bunch of runs for the Fireball ASP, or this, and I just chose this, I guess. So yeah, I know it's 2 muscle cars in a row, but again, like, it wasn't like much. The other options were really much better to consider due to different factors and stuff at this point. So kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel at this point. Kind of literally having to scrape the bottom of the barrel at this point, for sure. Been looking at the roof, yeah. It's just one of those basic ass kind of roofs. Yeah, obviously I'm going fully roofless. Wait, I didn't finish that, okay. My bad. I didn't even like let it finish. Yeah, whatever, I'm taking off now anyways. Fuck that shit. Fuck that pussy shit. Apparently there's people that I hear apparently do not like convertibles, like just even in like a video game. Like, I get real life, of course, because obviously you have to expose yourself in real life to do something like that, but Christ, bro. I don't think convertibles are that big of a deal. They're cool, in my opinion. Yeah, this might literally be the only convertible when it comes to HSW2, so, I mean, it's kind of cool there, at least. Hopefully people understand why I'm doing another muscle car when I explain like every vehicle in this situation and circumstances and stuff. Hopefully. Of course that car to get out of the way, of course, too.
I gotta get a picture.
Okay. Bro, come on! I'm trying to get this done in time. God damn it. Fucking car, bro. Yeah. Fuck, man. I don't have this time right now, though. Come on. Alright, not really any parked cars this time. Seems I think last time there might have been a bunch. Getting luckier on this part too. It seems that's all around very good. I have to squeeze in between those fuckers though, apparently. Okay, nothing on the turn this time at least, which is for the reason things already went to shit early on. So. It's okay. Doing good so far. Again, I think it's literally just behind Team GT for top speed alongside the Ridge version. Same exact top speed. So I should be able to do pretty good in this one as well. And this even has top tier lap time as well, which Team GT does not. So if anything, it's just going to be like easier Team GT basically. For the most part. Like much easier, probably. Again, I already did the regular here with the X, and I already kind of know what duties were on somehow. Alright, looking pretty fine here. Or did at least. Tell me I'm going to be able to do it, please. Please. Alright, that goes to the gun van too, that's right. Sorry, 251,000. Cool. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I care to show the functionality of the survival zombies. If I do, it'll be another time, since I'm running out of time here, unfortunately. Because it's fucking ass earning, especially just being a gigantic waste of my time and everybody else's time as well, I guess. Yes, I guess. That's going to be it for the stream. Next stream, I think, will be Red Dead, in fact, though. Hope you enjoyed.